usually the area, but we definitely want to support on the biodiversity side, align with our strategy. And the GEF can be a good instrument because it's grant financing. There's also funds to support M&E. There's an M&E budget as part of the project. There can be activities for capacity building and also to connect with policy, to ensure that this connection. So that's a very good avenue for us in terms of working with the GEF on more work on biodiversity. And I think in the one area, maybe it's the indicator. I mean, I haven't looked into depth into the tools, what is being looked at, maybe the GEF, indicators. And at IFAD, we're starting, so we've tried not to have a heavy monitoring reporting. We have one indicator now that we've committed to report on as part of the biodiversity strategy, but down the road, maybe other will be added. So I think we need to harmonize now and make sure the tool is used for the indicator the GEF request, and yeah, maybe for us also maybe some training to our project design team, our project management unit. So that's something we could think about. Thank you.
Thank you. I would add a fourth component in which is the private capital. It's very important. The local level, regional level, international private capital is very important. But where I believe these tools will be very useful, and we're certainly very happy to give you a feedback on an ongoing basis, is really to help bringing all these elements together. Because if I look at the policy side, certain instrument like Next can help providing the inputs to help countries setting the level of ambition. This is often the problem, because when it comes to climate finance, the problem is not so much the supply of finance, but it's actually the supply of projects, or bankable projects that we can support. So in this context, these type of tools can help countries determining, setting the level of ambitions, ultimately undertaking cost-benefit analysis of what is the cost and the benefits of each action, or also inaction, and in this respect, providing a clear signal to the markets, to the project developers, to the investors about the potential investments. When it comes to the financial sector, I see a major role of this type of tools to help reducing transaction costs. Ultimately, in the financial sector, what we do, we price risk. So, clearly, the more we know, the more information we have about the risk profile of the investments, the more we can reduce the transaction cost, but also bring in the private capital. And particularly when we can link the risk with the actual expected benefits, as also Pascal was mentioning. And the final point I want to make here, which is also an element of integration, is also using this type of tools to, I don't like to talk about innovative finance. The word innovative is a bit abused in this space, but certainly to look at how financial instruments can evolve. I'm thinking about instruments like sustainability-linked loans or sustainability-linked bonds. Clearly, you need instruments like this to set up baseline, but also to anticipate what the results can be. And this is also a way to integrate our role. So the GEF providing the funding, for example, for capacity building or project preparation. We work, with the big aggregators and let's say with the private sector and organizations like IFAD, linking with the actual organization in the ground. So ambition, risk, and I would say financial innovation. Let's use this word. Thank you.
Thank you. When it comes to harmonization, of course, it's always something complicated because we have all our own agenda. We are all our clients or counterparts. So it's not something easy. And at least since not so much time, maybe 1 year ago, we are working with the other climate funds in a platform to harmonize our process and at least to discuss on what we are expecting, what we are reporting on, and so on. And this is, I think, a very positive work, because through this kind of work we are trying to harmonize our work. And but this is only on climate side. And when it comes to integration, which is the DNA of the GEF, because GEF is a financial mechanism of the 3 Euro Convention. So at the core of the GEF, there is this idea of integrating the different components of the environment. And I think it's very interesting to look at how the Jeff has been evolved in the times, because since the last Jeff cycle, Jeff 7, so 4 years ago, we introduced what we call core indicators. And these core indicators, I think it's a good 11 core indicators. And so it's a quite simple way to capture all what we can capture in terms of environments and to report them in an easy way. So somehow it could be interesting to look at these core indicators that the Jeff has developed, because when Jenny was mentioning about the biodiversity, we have this kind of simple way to capture biodiversity. We can go further anyway, but I think it's this set of indicators are interesting to look at when we want to harmonize. And also we have this mandate from the convention to the CBIT, Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency. And I think this is a good also a way to enhance the harmonization, because we have the same tool, the same process to all the countries. So the way it is implemented with the countries can help harmonize also between the countries the way they report, and that's why this kind of tool for the CBIT, I think it can be very very powerful, because it's complete, it's easy again to use, and it can make that all the countries can report the same way, the same kind of indicators. So also it's a factor of harmonization. So yes, we are working on it. It's not easy, but it's something that we have clear in our mind to continue developing in the future. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and it was very complimentary answer on the harmonization side, that it's not only within an institution on different aspects, climate, biodiversity, among all the different institutions, with also more diversity of clients, and also we can, there was not here today, but we have private banks also, that national private bank, that most of the time they're very small project, so they need even more simple information. So thanks to all of you, and perhaps to link with what is happening here, it will be my final words. Tomorrow, Egypt, as a COP presidency of that COP27, will launch an initiative on agriculture, so food and agriculture for sustainable transformation. It will be high-level events all the day long, starting from 8:30 to 6:15 in meeting room 20, because we have two room 20, so meeting room 20. And I know that most of you will be in that day. IFAD is organizing a session on climate finance innovation on
de-risking and agriculture investment.
So de-risking investment, so directly in the topic. The day will start so with the launch of that initiative. On that initiative, you have 3 pillars: policy, so how to develop and the ambition and to support the inclusion of agriculture or for the sector within the policies, because you will never invest if you don't have the policies supporting you in front. And Padmini was clear on that. Those tools can help on that. There is a pillar on knowledge data, where there is also a subcomponent on indicators, metrics, and those tools can be useful also. We need to see how we can really deliver with those tools your Jeff indicator, your BRD indicator, your IFAD metrics, and you were mentioning one on biodiversity. So this is something we need really to adequate the tool to your needs also, and we hope that will help on the harmonization. So I want really to thank all of you being present today. I know it's challenging. Pascal, you were in another meeting. We are all struggling. The agenda here is very, it's, let's say, fuzzy, floating. So we need to adapt. We need to adapt. And I guess perhaps adaptation, you were mentioning that at the beginning. This is a request for most also future investment, or to what are the indicators for adaptation. This is certainly the part we have to develop. We have for mitigation, we have IPCC, we can simplify, but we have already something. For biodiversity, next COP15 in Canada, where IFAD will announce present your biodiversity strategy and the indicator you are using, would be also an important step. So let's stay tuned on the international agenda, but also on the ground agenda on how we connect that through you guys with investment on finance flowing, but developing the right tool to support the right development of policies. So thanks again to all of you. And I know you have a busy agenda, so I guess we will stop here for today. And thanks so much also panelists online. It's quite stable today, the internet, so you see the COP process is improving. So thanks so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Martial. Have a nice day.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Hello.
You go or me? Me? Hello. Testing. Testing.
Excellent.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. Testing. Hi.
Yeah.
Can
Hi.
everyone unmute and just say hello to make sure your sound is working?
Hello.
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 Good. We can hear you very well. We'll be starting in about 1 minute's time. You going to be in the session? Hello. Back again. Nice. Good. Better. Sound is not improved.
Acus.
But,
Sí.
is this magic stick today? No, only one today. Well, every day. Just pass it. I know. Do we need any more chairs?
No, I don't think so.
So let me know when you want to begin, and then I'll go like this when we're filming. Okay? What would you like to click?
Yes, we will do that.
So how do you want to do? So who's presenting these slides?
The speakers.
Perfect. So not anyone from Zoom.
No. No, but
Okay, the problem, yes.
Perfect. Would you want to give him this clicker so he has it?
He's going to use it first.
Perfect. So you won't be able to click back. So if you click too much and you want to go back to another slide, just say back, back. Yes?
As I am here, the screen is here.
Yes.
What is going to be in the transmission, presentation only?
The presentation.
I can turn
Yes,
I
the
can
presentation.
stand up.
Yeah. And if you've gone off the presentation, we might just film a bit of you or make it creative. But pretty much you can make it. Yes. We'll make you all look good.
good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining this side event on the IDFC Pavilion. And thank you very much to the IDFC team for hosting this event. So I'm Serge Perrin from the French Development Agency, the Climate and Nature Division, and I will be moderating this event. So the event is entitled Rethinking the Development Model in Latin American and the Caribbean, the role of the green transition. So it's a very obviously timely topic, and AFD is very pleased to be a partner of OECD Development Center, CEPAL, on these important issues of green transition. I believe it's been a few years already since we've been in partnership with OECD on the Latin economic outlook, and this provides a very comprehensive overview of major economic, ecological, climate issues related to development in the region. And for AFD as a development bank, it's very important to have this knowledge in the service of operations. Perhaps I would like to stress that when we think about rethinking the development model, this calls for true paradigm shift in terms of thinking. And this is obviously maybe a gap, I think, in the literature. I would like to refer this year to the IPCC working group on mitigation, the report. For the first time, there was a chapter on the link between mitigation pathways and development pathways. And one of the conclusions is that although there are many studies on how to model low carbon pathways, the linkages, the interlinkages to the development pathways is rather narrow. We still know very little of how we can shift to true development changes and structural changes. So this calls for perhaps even more studies on this specific topic, perhaps not only economic, but also involving other social sciences, because obviously it calls for a kind of a holistic approach, because we are talking about green transition, but also just transition. And this also obviously is a very important. I will open the floor and leave the floor to Federico Bonaglia as to do the introduction of this side event. He's the Deputy Director of the OECD Development Center, and he's online. Federico, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Serge. Thank you. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, fine.
Okay, you can hear me. I don't know whether you can see me, but it's not a problem. So thank you very much for hosting with us this event. We are very pleased to be able to do this together with our friends and partners from the Latin American Economic Outlook. And I will be brief because I'm really looking forward to listen to the presentations and the debate. And I just wanted to make 6 very quick points of introduction. So the first point, I would like to state the obvious, meaning that the topic that we are discussing is extremely important for Latin America and the Caribbean. The reason is that although countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are responsible for producing very little of the greenhouse gas emissions, and although Latin American countries are some of the most important for protecting biodiversity, despite these two facts, they are also some of the most vulnerable countries to the impact of climate change. I think that some 13 out of the 50 most vulnerable countries to climate change are in fact in the Latin American and Caribbean region. So my first point is this is a very serious threat to the development of the region. The second point is we need therefore to act, and there is a need of acting at the global level, of course, and we hope that this COP will be a decisive step forward to reconcile what you were just saying, Serge, the link between development and climate, that we can combine these two and make sure that the transition pathways of countries toward net zero and towards addressing climate change are also pathways that can foster development, poverty reduction, equality, empowerment of women, etc., etc. So what we say, and this is my second message, is that the green transition should be seen not only as an opportunity to reduce emissions, but it should actually be seen as an opportunity to address some of the underlying vulnerabilities that many countries continue to face, and that in some cases are the cause of bad climate-related policies or bad environmental-related policies. So in the report that we produced together with ECLAC, the European Union, CAF, and with the support of the Agence Française de Développement, we stress the fact that the green transition is indeed an opportunity to achieve much more than emissions reduction. It's an opportunity to increase productivity, it's an opportunity to promote well-being, it's an opportunity to improve inclusion. My third message is that if we agree that these are opportunities, we also need to realize that there are some political economy considerations that need to be addressed. And our Secretary General, Matthias Cormann, in launching the Latin American Economic Outlook on Monday, stressed very strongly, put a lot of emphasis on this point, that if we want to achieve a green transition and we want that this transition is sustainable and successful, this transition must be just. And in order to be just, it requires that there is a consensus which is built within society. And it's important that this consensus is reached, because every green transition will inevitably generate and bring with it important trade-offs. So it's important to recognize the benefits, it's important to recognize the cost, and it's important to identify measures to compensate those who are losing and to foster transition towards better jobs, towards more opportunities. In this sense, I think that it's important and encouraging to stress that 70% of citizens in Latin America and the Caribbean do consider climate change as a very serious threat, and almost 60% of the citizens in the region do support a green agenda. The question, therefore, is how do we convince the remaining citizens that this is an important agenda? My fourth point is that if we agree on everything that I just said, meaning that the green transition is an opportunity, but that in order to realize this transition, we need to build consensus, we need to think about what are the tools that would allow us to ensure that the green transition is just. And just means within the current generation, but also across generation. And there are important elements of intergenerational equity that needs to be considered when we look at the pathways. My fifth and second last point is that in the Latin American Economic Outlook that we have just launched, we try to look at the full spectrum of policies that are necessary to activate and embark on such green transition. And we stress in particular the fact that we need to transform the productive structure of countries that in the region are still very much skewed towards certain sectors. We need to facilitate the emergence of new green sectors. And as a fundamental driver of this transition, we need to look at how to improve the energy matrix of the region. My sixth and last point is that all of this is extremely complex. And in order to achieve these goals, it's fundamental to work in partnership. It's important to work across sectors, meaning that several policies need to be activated. It's necessary to work across actors. It's not only the private, but also the public sector, the civil society. It's necessary to work across level of governments. We know that local authorities and city are particularly vulnerable in many countries, but do not have the necessary voice to participate in the definition of the policies, or do not have access to financing, for example. And it's fundamental to work across borders, because a lot of what we are saying has a cross-border international dimension. And in this respect, the Latin American Outlook has a dedicated chapter on how to rethink international partnerships to support the green transition. Having said this, and I conclude, it gives me great pleasure to be in this event, because I think that this event portrays the spirit that we are putting forward in terms of a partnership, because we have here different international organizations. We have here different actors, public and private, and I would like to welcome and acknowledge the participants also of Banco Lodex. And we have here a coalition of the willing to advance in this important transition. So with this, I would like to conclude, and thank you, Serge, for the opportunity to say a few words at the beginning.
Thank you very much, Federico, for these insightful remarks. Perhaps, yes, I'd like to emphasize and to make also the link with, since we are at the COP, with the Paris Agreement objectives. The way that you propose to have this kind of a multi-sectoral, holistic approach is perfectly consistent with the call from the Paris Agreement for the countries to have this kind of long-term planning vision, and to have this kind of transformative approach, and to go beyond what we have done in the past, perhaps with just the NDCs, which were more short and medium-term actions, which were more incremental approaches, and that we need to have a more a transformative approach. Having said that, I would like to introduce the speakers who are with me. And I will first let the floor to Andrew Seiner. He's the Director General for International Partnerships at the European Commission and is specifically in charge of the program Euroclima Plus. And he's also on stage. There is Santiago Lorenzo. He's the head of unit of climate change and economics at the CEPAL, and he will be doing the presentation, a joint presentation on the overview of the LEO with Sebastian Nieto Parra, head of Latin American and Caribbean at the OECD Development Center. And not last, of course, this will be complemented by a presentation by our colleague Guilherme Magacho from the research department at AFD. We will have also a complementary presentation on the exposure, macroeconomic exposure to transition risks for the countries that are concerned by these questions. And last but not least, we were very pleased to have the CEO of Bangladesh, who will put maybe the perspective of another development bank on these important issues of green transition and what you are perhaps achieving in the region or supporting in this regard. So again, first I will turn to Andrew Seiner for these remarks on what you've been doing at the European Commission in this regard. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Serge. Just wanted to greet all of my fellow panelists, both online and here in person, and say that we were very happy to launch the Latin American Economic Outlook at the Euroclima Pavilion on Monday this week. It's been a fantastic collaboration between the OECD, CAF, ECLAC, and also the European Commission. And just to say that we work in partnership with all of the institutions or the countries that are represented here. And so the LEO, the main point of the LEO is that the importance of focusing on that nexus between the green transition and social inclusion. And as Federico said in his last point, that forging international and regional partnerships is essential for this agenda. And this is where our program Euroclima has been focusing its efforts essentially over the last 10 to 12 years, is really setting the basis and building the conditions for what we call an EU Latin American Caribbean Green Alliance. We're not there yet, but we work in close partnership with all of the countries in the region and with a number of institutions like IFD, like GIZ from Germany, Spanish institutions, and of course UN institutions. Just a few points to raise. Latin America and the Caribbean is clearly, for the European Commission, a key partner to really rethink the development model in emerging economies and to have the green transition as a key element of this development model. We know that LAC can reach a higher human development index levels while meeting its low emissions targets. Green transition policy experiences exist within partners that are already reducing their levels of emissions. At the same time, in this global agenda, LAC countries can play a predominant role in climate negotiations by sharing experiences of sustainable development with other regions of similar and lower development levels. Climate change has shown that a continuing path of exponential growth of CO2 emissions is no longer an option. Now, to focus a bit on what we do in Europe, the European Green Deal it has a huge impact on new and emerging and current EU partnerships that are related to the green transition. And this is what we call, in a sense, the Brussels effect. You know, when Europe decides to move on regulation, it brings much of the rest of the world with it. And because the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean are so similar in so many ways, we share languages, cultures, traditions, values, there's huge potential there for Europe and LAC really move together. And you know, in terms of development models, direct impacts, for instance, those related to norms and regulations affecting trade with LAC are quite important. And international partnerships and coordination with governments, private sector, civil society can support LAC countries in adapting to new international environmental standards and regulations. So, how do we advance this EU-LAC partnership so that it is conducive to a transformation of the development model in LAC? Some of that is quite well articulated in the Latin American economic outlook, and we can think of very many different types of partnerships. For example, supporting LAC countries in their productive transformation, in particular in natural resource-intensive exporters who face an export structure biased towards primary sectors. And another example could be supporting governments in LAC to advance on renewable energies, in particular by supporting the promotion of regional production capabilities in the renewable sector, amongst other. And of course, leaving no one behind. In relation to the above, what combination of instruments, and this is a question that obviously we are here to discuss, should be at the service of accompanying LAC countries in their green transition. So beyond finance, it includes issues like capacity building. How do you build human capacity for adaptation to new norms, to new regulations, technology transfer, knowledge sharing, and so on, to involve everybody at every level, and of course the private sector as a driving force. I will leave it there. I actually have to run in about 10 minutes, so I will pass the microphone back to Serge. Thank you, Serge.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I think one point you raised especially is very questions a lot, I think, and the fact that the EU Green Deal can have a transformative effect. And obviously we think maybe about the carbon tax at the frontiers, the adjustment mechanism. And perhaps we're not used to have this to see what would be the impact for Latin American countries, because maybe we think more about the countries who are near the European economic continent. But this would be an interesting area also to discuss further, perhaps in the panel discussion related to the impact of international trade on this kind of green transition adjustments. So I will now pass the floor to Santiago Lorenzo from CEPAL, and for the joint presentation on the LEO with Sebastian, who will be online. So I guess you will start first, and then Sebastian will follow. So we'll switch now to the presentation. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we'll switch places for me to be more well positioned to present. Thank you. And well, I will also thank the partnership that gave birth to this report. Thanks to the European Commission, thanks to CAF, thanks to the OECD, and also the AFD partners as supporters. And well, I want to stress a couple of things before starting. ECLAC is an economic commission that has been established in 1948. It promotes this structural change for development since its inception. So for us, it's not, some of the issues that have been talked in this LEO are not new subjects. The novelty, of course, is climate change, and we have been working the last 15 years on climate change and economics of climate change. But many of the lessons learned from this LEO, you can find some seed of that on the ECLAC's thinking of the 70s. So this extension of the value chains from renewable, from natural resources, all of that thinking was already there, and the new reality just stressed the importance to really do that. So make a structural change that really get more value added to our economies in the region. So the new environment is, of course, much more challenging now, and we need to acknowledge that we have an environmental crisis, a social crisis, and an economic crisis. So the scenario is not easy, and it has been stressed by Federico. There will be the difficulties, and we need to make sound decisions on political economy to face really the challenges that we have in face of us. But this Leo really give a lot of hints of how we can embrace that challenge. And I will start just putting some sort of remarks on the vulnerability. Also, Federico talked about that. Climate change is a real challenge for the region. As you can see in the slide now in the screen, Latin American and the Caribbean countries are disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change. You can see the small points are the territorial extension of the country, and the bars are the impacts of acute weather events, extreme weather events. We also have the chronic climate change impacts like droughts and ecosystem change that is happening, that is also not represented here, but is an important threat for Latin America. And you can see that I want to stress this, Central America and the Caribbean, with a very, very small surface area of extension in their territories, they are, you can see, they are one of the most impacted by extreme weather events. And they also are socially vulnerable since a long time ago. So this only stress very harsh conditions for development, and we need to take that into account. So that's the first point. Second, please. Now, just remark again that what also Federico's mentioned, and I will go fast here. Latin America and the Caribbean countries only contribute around 8–10% to greenhouse gases emissions, and we really are vulnerable. So with very small contributions, particularly the Caribbean, I can tell you, they contribute 0.11 to 0.16 of the total emissions of greenhouse gases, and they are in a living threat. So they are really exposed to this to these impacts. Next, please. Another issue on the energy transition, Latin America, because we see that we don't emit so much, and that's because Latin America has the energy mix more sustainable, thanks to hydro. Really, the endowment, the water endowment of the continent is amazing, and thanks to that, based in hydro, we have the larger share of renewables. Is around 1/3 of the energy is produced by renewable energy. We also have less coal than the mix in many other countries. That coal is the fuel, the fossil fuel that has most potential as a greenhouse gas, and that therefore Latin America is in a pathway more close to really get to renewable 100%. However, we need to be aware that the changing patterns on rain also are affecting the capacity, the installed capacity of hydro that we have, that has been used for decades, is now not so efficient, because with the rainy pad, the rain pads changing, the installed capacity, sometimes they don't have the water enough to really generate the energy that there is an assumption that we will get. So we need also to see that not all the hydro that we have now will be efficient for the decades to come. Next, please. Also, we can see how the emissions have changed over time. In the 1990s, we had the agriculture as see you. We had agriculture as more or less the third source of emissions. We had land use as the first one. It has changed because the agricultural expansions had slowed, but it's still very big. And the main source of emissions now is the energy. Also, there is some issue here because we have also transport as a serious. Well, it's introducing energy here. Transport is part of it. Is the consumption of fossil fuels, and the share of energy. Transport is right now in Latin America the most emitter. Which emits more, but in that sense, the electromobility and the urban planning will be key areas for change. And as mentioned by Serge and Federico, that means because the region has a lot of capacity on the automobile production. If we get ready for that, the industrial automotive industry of the region can really play a role important for the new development in a just and green transition. Next, please. And here is just the one example of this. We in CEPAL in 2020 we launched the big push for sustainability that identifies five sectors and two scopes for development in a sustainable way, addressing the external restriction, addressing social inclusion, and addressing ecological footprint. And energy is, of course, one of them, and this is the reason why. We already, as I mentioned, have a big share of renewables in our energy mix, 33%, and globally is 13%. So you can see we are ahead of, as a region of the other regions. But also we have critical endowments, not only water that I mentioned, but particularly for the sustainability of the energy transition in the non-conventional renewables. We have 61% of the lithium global reserves. We have 39% of the global copper reserves, and we have 32% of the global nickel and silver reserves. All of them minerals that are key for the battery and many other components that are required for the energy transitions. So if we can develop this in a extended value-added change and not to be just commodities, that will really make a big difference, and the region can play a different role in the global trade. We also need to recognize that we have still pending challenges like universal access to electricity. We have 17 million people with no access to electricity. So there is an opportunity, but in the opportunity rely challenges. And also, let me stress, many of the exploitation of these minerals will impact some ecosystems. Also Federico mentioned, we are very rich in biodiversity and in natural sites, and these reserves are some of them are in very sensitive ecosystems, and with local communities. And also that's another point. We stress the role of the private sector. We need to incorporate local communities as a private sector, not only corporations, because one of the problems of Latin America is to put many people behind in our traditional development pathway. We need to change that. We need to bring people that can thrive with the transition as an actor, and they can be private sector actors if we put adequate tools to make that happen. I leave it that, and now Sebastian will continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Santiago. So I will just switch to Sebastian, if you can put him on screen, please, with the presentation.
Yes. Can you hear me, Serge?
Yes, it's fine, Sebastian.
Great, excellent. So let me continue the presentation. and in particular to share the views that we have when we talk about the formal market in Latin America, how the green transition can help to increase formalization. So that's one of the results that we have in the Latin American Economic Outlook that we do together with the UNECLAC, European Commission, and this is a great example of collaboration between the three institutions. CAF is not there, but of course CAF as well is a co-author of the report. And certainly what we insist in this report is linked to the development that we need in Latin America. So first, as I mentioned, informality remains a key concern for the region. So we are talking about close to 45% of the households that are completely informal in the region. And against this background, we need to see the sectors in which we can create formal jobs. And that's what we have in the next slide, where we observe the composition of informality in sectors that at the end they have a high intensity of CO2 emissions. And in particular, we can see that the agriculture is one of the sectors in which the level of informality is very high. We are talking about close to 70% of informality in the agricultural sector. So that's some of the issues that we have to keep in mind when we talk about the green transition and how it can help to improve the development levels in Latin America. So what we have analyzed is to see if we go with the commitments that we have in terms of CO2 emissions reduction, the impact that we can have in terms of job destruction, but also the opportunities that what we can have in terms of job creation. That's what we have in the next slide. So the point is that the net positive effect can be important for Latin American economies in terms of job creation, but for that we need further investment, not only in terms of human capital, but also in fiscal capital. And when we see the job losses in the brown sectors in LAC, according to reductions in terms of CO2 and the impact that we can have in terms of the value-added destruction in the brown sectors, we can see a huge reduction in these sectors, and in particular the job losses with a reduction in terms of 5% of the value added in these sectors can have implication of close to 40% of job losses in the brown sector. So the impact is huge if we see the policies aiming to reduce the CO2 emissions, but we can have several positive effects, and that's what we have in the second figure, thanks to the job creation that we can have from the green sectors. And here, what we can see is that more than 50% of jobs can be created in the green sectors, thanks to an increase of the value added in these sectors. And here, certainly, what is important to keep in mind is that the composition of the green sectors can be more important than the share of the brown sectors in the total economy. So the positive effect can be huge, and the estimates that what we can have is that we can achieve close or higher than 10% of total net jobs creation thanks to the green transition. But for that, we need investments, and that's what we have in the next slide. So we have to create more possibilities in the green sectors. So LAC needs to increase value added of the green sectors by 3 percentage points to create these necessary formal jobs. But this is only about the green sectors. If we go to the investment in infrastructure, the region will need to increase this investment by around 5% of regional GDP. In LAC, achieving a 100% of renewable energy by 2030 requires close to 1.3% of regional GDP for 10 years. So these are some numbers just to highlight the importance of the investment needed to make the most of the green transition. So against these financing needs, so we need to think about the role of the private sector, the role of the public sector, and how to enhance the international partnerships. So let me start talking about the public sector. And in particular, in the next slide, we can observe the composition of the environmental taxes in Latin America compared to the OECD. And what we can see is first a high heterogeneity across Latin American economies. We have countries like Honduras, Guyana, or Costa Rica that we don't have in this figure because an issue in terms of recent data. But in these economies, the level of environmental taxes over GDP is even higher to what we have at the OECD. At the OECD, is close to 2% of GDP. Then we have some Caribbean economies like Trinidad and Tobago, Belize, or Antigua and Barbuda, where the levels of taxes over GDP is below to 0.2%. So on average, Latin American environmental taxes are close to 1% over GDP, so half of what we have at the OECD. So that's a room for improvement regarding these taxes, and as we highlighted in the Leo, we need certainly to compensate the most vulnerable population when we implement this kind of taxes to avoid what happened in Ecuador, but even in France as well, when we talk about environmental taxes. Now, let me see an important point that is about the general taxation that we have in Latin America. And at the end of the day, in the long term, what we want is that these taxes are going to disappear. So we need to see other sources of taxes. Certainly, clean energy should be taxed in particular in the medium term as we advance in this agenda, but other types of taxes. And that's what we have in the next slide. And as you can see, the capacity to increase the level of taxes in Latin America remains important. We are talking about close to 22% of taxes over GDP in Latin America compared to 34% over GDP at the OECD level. But it's not only about the level, it's about the structure of the taxation system. And here, certainly the personal income taxes should be increased in Latin America compared to what we have at the OECD. In contrast, and this is really important when we talk about the investments that are needed in Latin America, we see a high dependence on the taxation to the corporate side. The corporate side in Latin America, in terms of the total revenues, is high. We are talking about a higher level to what we have at the OECD. And in particular, we see that this can affect investment not only from FDI, but also local investment. Now, let me see from the private side what we can say, and in particular, what we can talk about the bonds in the capital markets to help the green transition. And that's what we have in the next slide, showing the issuance in terms of green, social, sustainability, and sustainability-linked bonds. And as you can see, from 2015 to 2021, we have observed a huge improvement in terms of the issuance of these bonds across Latin American economies. And regarding green and the sustainability-linked bonds, they represent close to a half of the total issuance in this market. So that's an important message that we can have, because at the end of the day, we need to finance the green transition, and here we see the possibility to expand the assets that we can have in terms of financing this transition. That's just one example. Certainly, we have the different green and social swaps that we can have, like the natural disaster swaps, very important for the Caribbean economies. So these kind of assets are very important for the development of the green transition. And something that we have observed recently regarding these bonds, and that's what we have in the next slide, is that most of these bonds have been used by the corporate sector. Certainly, we have started with the sovereign green bonds. Chile is a great example, not only for Latin America, but also for the world. That was the first country to issue a sustainable bond at the global level. But now we are observing that close to 42% of the total bonds have been used by the corporate sector. So that's an issue which we see the involvement of other actors rather than to think only on the governments. Just to conclude, let me insist on the next steps that we need to take into account when we think about the green financing sources and mechanisms. So in the next slide, we observe different items that we need to consider. Let me focus on a few of them. First, to have standards and good taxonomy, the credibility at the end of transparent regions market on terms of green, social, sustainability bonds is really important. So the taxonomy that we have observed, for instance, in countries like Chile and Colombia, that's a good example. The statistical data that we have in terms of these bonds, that's crucial in order to have the information to investors, but also to create the appetite to have new issuance in this market. That's an important component to keep in mind, and certainly to develop the pipelines of robust low carbon energy infrastructure projects. That's an important issue as well to take into consideration, because to get the information about the next operations that we're going to have, that can help as well to have new issuance and to prepare to the market about the demand that's going to be in the medium term. So that's some of the examples that we want to insist, because in order to make this market more important for Latin America, at the end of the day, we need as well better information, but also better regulation and better institutional frameworks. So that's some of the thoughts that we wanted to share with you. And certainly you have more information on the Leo. Here you have the link of the report. And there are other issues that we cover in that report that Federico mentioned, like the issues related to the social contract, but also issues related to the international partnerships that Andrew highlighted at the beginning. So a pleasure to see you virtually.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Sebastian, for this comprehensive presentation with Santiago that raises many promising perspectives on the role of public policies, social impact of the transition, and how to finance this transition. I will give now the floor to Guilherme, a colleague from the research department at AFD.
Hello, thank you very much, sir. Okay, well, I'm presenting here the tool that we're developing at AFD, which dialogues a lot with this discussion that we just had with Santiago on the importance of looking at the sectoral level, structural level. This model, okay, yeah. Basically, we understand the green transition as a structural thing. Like, we can look at the green transition from the sectoral perspective, and we can identify some sunset and sunrise industries that will emerge because they are low intensive and carbon intensive, and industries that better the other way. Yeah. And industries that will disappear or at least will shrink because they are very high intensive in carbon emissions. And of course, like, because all the industrial structure is linked between sectors and other industries, we have to look at these and we use input-output matrices to look at this interrelation, inter-country input-output matrices, because it allows us to also understand the interlinkage between other countries. So for example, a country is exporting one product, but they use inputs from other industries, and these inputs will be also impacted. We look at 3 dimensions to understand this, let's say, the exposure of countries to this low carbon transition. And it's also very related to the CEPAL tradition, which is like, first, we look at the balance of payment constraints that may emerge due to the transition. First, because like we need a lot of inputs, we need a lot of machineries to promote the transition. And if you depend a lot on sunset industries or these industries that will disappear or shrink, the world demand will shrink, then we probably will see some balance of payment constraints, some external imbalances. Also, we look at the fiscal level, which is also very related to the presentation that you just saw. Of course, like for the transition, we need a lot of public investment, infrastructure, retraining people, and if it depends a lot, and this is something that we see that happens a lot with Latin American countries, if you depend a lot on these industries to generate, to create, to raise for fiscal revenues, then these countries will be more exposed to the transition than others. And finally, even though we can expect that the transition will generate more jobs than destroy jobs, this doesn't mean that all countries will be impacted positively. And then we look at all countries, we look at the net impact within countries and across countries to understand these dimensions. Well, first, we identify what are the sunset industries. Usually we think about sunset industries as industries that are related to fossil fuels. But the most emitting industries sometimes are not exclusively, of course, like fossil fuel industries is very important, are very important, but also cement, building industries, and transportation are very important. And then we have to look more broadly, and we define these 5 industries, which is actually very related to the CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism that the European Commission, the European Union is adopting. We have fossil fuels, of course, metals, non-metal minerals like cement, fertilizers, and electricity from fossil fuels. So we look at these 5 industries, within them some specific products. Of course, the distribution is very different across countries. There is no, I'm not saying that all countries will emit a lot in all these industries, but I think like if you're producing cement with very emitting, a cement that emits a lot, then there will be a higher impact in these production than in countries that already moved to cement that is less emitting. Well, we look at the countries here, and we identify the Latin American countries as those that, here's basically the share of foreign exchange revenues that depends on these industries. So we consider the exports discounted by the import necessary to produce these exports, so the embodied imported inputs within these exports. And we see that Venezuela, Trinidad, Tobago, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, and Brazil are among these are only the 20% most exposed countries in each of these dimensions. So foreign exchange revenues and tax revenues, where we have Trinidad, Tobago, Venezuela, and Bolivia, and Brazil there as the most exposure. And of course, like as you can see, in terms of foreign exchange revenues, the primary sector is very important, but in terms of tax revenues, we're talking about chemicals, where we include refined petroleum. We have also metal products that are very important, and the indirect impacts with the gray bars, the gray part of the bars, is also very important. For example, you have like some countries like Belarus, where most of the impacts are from the indirect impacts. So probably they are exporting inputs for other countries that will produce these sectors, and because these sectors will be impacted, Belarus will be impacted as well. Well, looking at in the vertical axis, the net foreign revenues and the tax revenues in the horizontal axis, we see that most of the countries that export fossil fuels are the most impacted. But not only. You have Colombia, for example, here, which is in the depending on foreign currency, but not so much in tax revenues. We have India, which depends a lot on tax revenues, but not so much in foreign currency, because they depend a lot on metals for their tax revenues. And for example, in the case of India, we can also look at the color of the point, and we can understand that, okay, even though the country is very exposed, they can move more easily to green industries. The color of the points are the green complexity potential, which looks at not only the exposure side, but also the capacity of the country to strange the value chain and produce these goods that are necessary for the transition, so they can more easily move. So if you are red in the top right position, you are like in a very complicated situation. But if you are like blue, it's not that bad. For example, Brazil is not the best one, but it's like among the second best group, and it's a country that's relatively high exposed. In socioeconomic terms, of course, the countries will change, but the tendency is that we have about the same countries in the group. And then you have Colombia again, you have Ecuador, Brazil, Bolivia, Venezuela, and Trinidad and Tobago in terms of wage. And in terms of employment, Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela, Brazil, and Guyana. So these countries are the ones that will be like more exposed from the socio-economic perspective. Why? Because these countries, they depend a lot on these industries to generate employment and to pay wages. And if you are in both, depending on high wages and employment, it means that the good jobs, the jobs that are the ones that pay the higher wage, are the ones that will be more exposed to the low carbon transition. So we cluster the countries, and what is interesting here is to see that Latin America, here, Latin American countries, they have different types of exposure. For example, if you look at the case of Venezuela and Bolivia, they present very high exposure in all dimensions. No countries in Latin America are very exposed only from the external dimensions, but you have Brazil, Argentina, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, and most of the countries are very exposed from the socioeconomic dimension, so they are clustered in this group. If just back here, it's different, for example, from North African countries, Middle East countries, or even Angola, where the exposure is only from the external social perspective, the external perspective. In the Latin American countries, mostly on the socioeconomic perspective. One thing that we are doing now, that we're like moving forward with this, is to look at specifically of these products. And we took here two different scenarios. A scenario where you have no policy, we are just keeping the current policies, and a scenario where countries are engaged to net zero transition. And what you see is that, okay, in the first scenario, the scenario that the current policies are taking into account, there will be an increase in the demand, for example, for gas. So we have to think specifically on these products to think about this exposure. For example, Bolivia is completely different from Colombia. In Bolivia, most of the exposure comes from gas exports or gas production. In the case of Colombia, oil and coal are very important, even though they are not as important as most of the African countries. To generate electricity, they are very important in terms of exports. So it shows that either the country starts producing the green products within the country itself, or because they will demand a lot of imports, we need to import a lot of machineries and inputs to make the transition. They will face some external imbalances that can put some question mark on the capacity of the country to reach the NDCs, for example, and do the actual transition. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guilherme. Before we switch to Javier's contribution to the debate, I would like to maybe open some questions, and maybe for the panelists to think about it, because I think this presentation raised some key questions. Perhaps I have a very maybe general question about the scope of this work, because we are talking about a green transition and just transition. But the question sometimes, there is a debate in the civil society of how can we move to a more radical shift towards more sustainable development models. So there is the question of the demand side management, how to consume less. So I was wondering whether in your study these aspects of the demand side were considered, because it seems the focus is pretty much on the supply side, the role of technology for the energy sector. Of course, this is part of the solution, but maybe it will not be enough. So what about the demand side? And I think this brings back us also to the debate, because I believe some of the scenarios are until 2030. Some of these countries have established long-term strategies, visions up to 2050 with the net zero objectives. So normally this longer time frame should allow them to have a more radical transformation patterns, because it takes a more longer term to conduct a more comprehensive urban planning system with the mobility and so on. So I was wondering whether, you also try to integrate some of these 2050 scenarios, and whether it could impact on a more, I would say, systemic basis these transitions towards a more greener and sustainable economy. And the third, smaller question, I noticed also, of course, the energy sector or the systems is very important, but also the agricultural sector is still a high emitter. What are the solutions? Because it can be also considered as a hard-to-abate sector, but it's also related to social issues, food security, world markets, logistics. So yeah, this would be also interesting. And lastly, we're talking about green and just transition. What about resilience? Because this connects me to your first slide on the vulnerability of these economies. And so there is this diagnosis. But shouldn't we integrate this consideration into the green transition? And what about adaptation planning, and how it can contribute to also the mobilization of public and private investment? So this is a tricky question. I don't have the answer, but I would like you to maybe to have opportunity to answer, Santiago, Guilherme, and Sebastian. And Javier, it would be interesting to have the point of view of Development Bank and what you're doing in, notably in Colombia or in the region, to support the green transition and mobilize additional climate financing. Thank you.
So thank you very much. My name is Javier Diaz. I represent Bancoldex, Colombia's business development bank. And just to give you a little bit of context, our balance sheet is roughly $3 billion on the asset side. So even for a business bank in Colombia, we are relatively mid-size, if you will. But on the other hand, development banks can do a lot. And this is part of what we've learned at this pavilion. Development banks, which are national, international, multilateral, there's so much we can do and so much that is expected that we do, that this is a very interesting time to actually accelerate and do what we have to do. And thinking, as I heard your very interesting presentations, my recurrent thought is, it just got harder. So we have a mandate which is tremendously important to accelerate the green transition, at the same time help create jobs, pretty much catch up on everything. Because you've presented the slides, you've presented the intelligence that points to what is pretty obvious. Latin America has to catch up. 17 million people who have no access to electricity is shameful, however you look at it. So we have to catch up, and we've known that for a while, and we know we have to do it. Again, the problem is it just got harder. And why do I say this? Because at least in the case of Colombia, if you look at the history of this century, 21st century, Colombia lost its investment grade rating for almost all of the first decade. And then we recovered the investment grade rating for the better part of the second decade, and now we lost it again. So currently Colombia is facing tremendous challenges, as everywhere else. But if you look at this country in particular, interest rates have gone up at least 10%, which that's the central bank intervention rate. But when you translate that to credits on the ground, you can add another 2 or 3%. So credits just got harder to repay and to actually put out there on the market. the currency has depreciated at least 25% this year. So what this means for projects and what this means for our mandate is that funding these projects and the cost of capital just got much more expensive. So this is a very interesting and also very complex point in time in which we have to catch up. We have to do everything. Everything is expected of us. But when you ask about the how is tremendously hard. Because again, the cost of capital increased dramatically, not just in Colombia, but elsewhere. I can speak for Colombia, but I think it's pretty much the same thing in Latin America. So that's if you will, the burden. When you think about the solutions, and this is something we've discussed here at the IDFC Pavilion for at least 2 or 3 days now, how can we interact with our counterparts, the AFDs, KFWs, JICAs of the world, so that we can get access to credit in better terms, help fulfill our mandate, and actually collaborate internationally in the process. So I think if at all this is my thought, we're here and we're gathered and we know we can do it. We don't seem to figure out the how. So in terms of financial instruments, one thing I'd like to consider, and I've been discussing it with a few colleagues here, is whether, for example, a bank like Bancoldex, which is state-owned, but we don't get funding from the national budget, if we can issue bonds internationally guaranteed by maybe 1 or 2 of the bigger agencies, development agencies. So that way we can benefit from the cost of funding that you get, and maybe that can be passed on to us, and maybe the cost of capital can be rational again. So I think this is a beautiful venue, the COP27, to put in practice innovative ideas, disruptive ideas. This is what we have to do. But again, I don't want to sound like I'm complaining, but in a way I am, because this is what we have to do. We have to get together, think innovatively, and translate that into better financial instruments. So that, to me, translates into financing bigger projects, much bigger projects. Colombia has, I think, at least one very good example of how you can do this, and that is the infrastructure development that took place over the past decade, especially in toll roads. Connecting the country, Colombia has a very difficult geography. Mountains, plains, rainforest. So Colombia made a tremendous effort and work in terms of building the roads to interconnect the larger part of the territory. We need to do that for many other sectors. Why did the grid stop at a particular point in Colombia? Half the country, Colombia is pretty much divided in half in many ways, but at least physically, the grid is in the mountains, the population and the urban centers are in the mountains, and the half of the country that goes to the plains and the Amazon rainforest is pretty much not connected. So why did we stop there? There's historical reasons, there are historical mistakes. But I think if we need to solve this problem, we need to think big. And that's another thought I'd like to share with you. We need to think big in terms of projects, but big projects demand intensity in capital, and they demand huge funding. So again, if you look at the capital markets, which are very much illiquid right now in Colombia. It used to be the case that you could fund your project entirely in Colombia if you go back 2 years and then go back further. Now, funding is extremely illiquid, and there's a number of reasons for that. So I probably will stop there, but I would like to add that to me, this great panel is a continuation of the excellent panel we had at the OECD headquarters in June, which was the LAC OECD Forum, sponsored by AFD and the OECD and the IDB. So thank you for inviting me to share these very basic thoughts on what it's like from the ground to finance the transition, but again, how harder it just became. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier. I think we just have 5 minutes left, but just to respond on the question of how to get better access to finance. As far as AFD is concerned, regarding our activity in the Latin American region, a great deal of our portfolio of climate finance goes through credit lines to the banks, the regional banks and national banks. So this is part of the answer, but of course it's not all the answer. And I would say also that to connect with what we have said on the importance of public policies, is I think about 40% of our portfolio goes to policy-based loans, which is very important also to encourage, incentivize reforms related to green transition. So I don't know if we have 3 minutes left. I've raised maybe some difficult questions, but I would like to give the opportunity to Santiago or to Sebastian to answer some of the 3 questions, or pick up anyone you would like.
Thank you, Serge. I will start and then pass the baton to Sebastian. You're right. As you mentioned, Javier, we need huge investments, but also, I'm coming back to your point, Serge. Some investments are thought thinking on the current trajectories of needs to be fulfilled. But if we change some consumption patterns, probably these trajectories of needs could change. So yes, there are a lot to do from the consumption side. That's really undoubtable. So that's true. And the scope of the Leo, obviously we needed to scope in specific issues. The reality is much more complex. So there are some tales that we need to work it out much harder later. I see that we're rushing off time, so I'm going to Sebastian, or even if there's no time.
Just
30 seconds for Sebastian.
Okay, 30 seconds. Just to highlight that at the Leo, we have included this systemic approach, and in particular at the urban level, it's important to see how, at the end of the day, we can improve efficiency thanks to a systemic approach in which, for instance, we can improve the multimodality when we talk about the transport sector, and at the end of the day, we can go to a model in which the CO2 emissions are going to be reduced, and also a lower demand in terms of transport.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this side event at COP27. The title is the Efforts to Pursue Coal Retirement in Southeast Asia, the Current State of Play. I have been warned that there's some sound difficulties, so please just bear with us. This event is presented by the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership, or ETP. It's kindly hosted by the International Development Finance Club, IDFC, and we'd like to say special thanks to AFD for making this happen. So my name is John Cotton. I'm the Senior Program Manager at ETP, and for those of you who aren't aware, is that better? For those of you who aren't aware, the Energy Transition Partnership is a multi-stakeholder platform. We bring together governments and philanthropies. This includes the governments of France, United Kingdom, Germany and Canada, and philanthropies, including the Children's Investment Fund, Yajilara, Sequoia and more. The platform is managed and housed under the United Nations Office for Project Services, or UNOPS. Our members are united in the ambition to accelerate the energy transition in Southeast Asia. So today's event takes the form of a roundtable. We will dive into a discussion on the role of coal retirement in reaching the region's net zero emission goals by mid-century. We'll explore the holistic approach to retire coal and look at the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead on this journey to a future less dependent on coal. So we are privileged and honoured to be joined by some incredible panellists today. We really have the thought leaders in this area, both regionally and globally. So without further ado, please let me introduce, for the welcome address, Ms. Mathilde Borde-Laurent. Mathilde has over 15 years' experience in development finance in energy, infrastructure and climate sectors. Mathilde graduated as an engineer from both the École Centrale Paris and ENGREF. She joined AFD in 2005, where she managed projects on the energy transition and biodiversity conservation, in particular in Africa. In 2015, she joined AFD's private sector subsidiary, Propaco, and subsequently managed AFD's energy transition activity. Today, she heads a climate and nature team, which gathers 20 specialists providing cross-functional expertise in the fields of climate and biodiversity, which is central to the AFD's mandate. Over to you.
You made it until the end of my bio, which is getting longer. Thank you. No, it's a pleasure to be here. Very sorry for the technicalities. I look at you. Is the sound okay? Yeah? Not too loud, not too... we'll do our best. This is what may be the most difficult in this COP this year. No, it's a real pleasure and personal pleasure really to be with you today, because I have personal links with this initiative, the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership, and it's always a pleasure to be mobilized from time to time to meet with you again. And more importantly, also, it's from my point of view very important to put the focus on what's happening in Southeast Asia, because the magnitude of the economic growth and related energy consumption is a challenge, as we urgently need to decarbonize these economies. Only one or two figures. In 2020, energy-related greenhouse gas emission in this region was 1.8 million tons of CO2 equivalent. It's supposed to increase by 25% by 2025 only. So this pace of increase is really, of course, unsustainable, and this is known and recognized by the countries of the region. We are all we do all recall the first days of Glasgow, when we all arrived so concerned with what would be the outcome and the ambition of this COP, and where the first day started with Vietnam and Indonesia announcement, notably on net zero, and this gave us the impetus and the momentum to continue in this COP. It was really instrumental, and You had also other emerging economies such as South Africa, notably, who announced a similar, or Nigeria, similar commitment, and to us, you saved the Paris Agreement with this type of commitment. And yet we completely acknowledge how difficult it's going to be, as 75% of your power supply, better like that, is today dependent on coal in the region. Of course, also behind the recognition that this energy transition is necessary for the climate, it's also very important for social reasons, health, air pollution notably, but also because this is where we have to find the great job and the employment, and where we need to make sure that the economy is being and getting more resilient over time, using the opportunity and taking the opportunity of the energy transition notably. So this is the question that the partners of the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership had in mind when they decided to work together and to launch the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership a few years ago now, acknowledging that decision makers will have to undertake sound policy planning and strong political action to materialize this transition and to solve the dilemma of rapid growth and decarbonization that was referring to. And recognizing also that we really all needed to focus and join forces. I mean, all us from the north and the philanthropies that were joining the discussion, but of course all stakeholders also in your countries, and I'm sure you're going to elaborate on that. And therefore it was really important to try to set a different type of partnership, and this is what we've tried to achieve with the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership, which is bringing together civil society, philanthropies, and DFIs like AFD, but also our German friends, and I'm sure you're going to make the full list of all the partners. I may have lost now the name of all the partners which are in DTP, because I know it's growing. This was also so this is still a unique proposition. What's being done with this partnership is really unique. This space of coordination between donors and philanthropies, and certainly to be replicated in other region. The idea is to be able to mobilize the best of this type of funders. The pragmatism and the very pragmatic approach and on the ground and shorter term programs that are typically supported by philanthropies, and also the long term position and work on public policies and long term investment planning and financing of DFIs. Bringing this all together is for sure the value added of this proposal. The ETP has already delivered and is delivering. I'm looking at Sirpa because he's been instrumental in this, notably programs that are helping to support critical investments, such as the design of the new control center of the Java Bali grid, really critical to allow the penetration of renewable in Indonesia. Such as also other study regarding coal phase-out, notably in Indonesia, which we absolutely need to do to make sure that the moratorium that have been decided will be indeed implemented. There is also a Just Coal Transition Forum, which I heard has been launched by the ETP and the World Bank. So this is adding to the partnership, and this is adding to the specificities that we manage to coordinate much more and successfully than we do, and we can show that it's doable. So we really have to do it everywhere. Such a Just Coal Transition Forum is here to capitalize on global experience we call phase-out program, and again deliver coordination services. And it's of course really instrumental to work on that. There is also some work in the Philippines, notably with the regulator on energy regulation and working with the Energy Regulatory Commission of the Philippines, which is very important. Of course, you all know that we are working on just energy transition partnerships. France and the AFD notably are, for instance, active in the South African one. Our teams, and I have a few colleagues there which are working day and night on this, are also working to set up the agenda, notably in Vietnam, in Indonesia. This partnership, this South African partnership, is here to support the work in the countries, led by the countries, to be able to implement those just energy transition roadmaps. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Matilda. Thank you for touching on some of the activities ETP is conducting. That's much appreciated. And you really captured both challenges and opportunities in the energy transition in the region. So next, we're absolutely privileged to be joined by the Honourable Ken O'Flaherty, the COP26 Regional Ambassador to Asia Pacific and South Asia from the FCDO, who will deliver a keynote speech. So His Excellency Ken O'Flaherty was appointed to the UK's government COP26 Regional Ambassador to South Asia and South Asia in March 2020. His remit was expanded to cover the Caribbean and small island developing states in May 2022. The COP26 Regional Ambassador works closely with the COP26 unit, the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and other stakeholders to help develop regional and country level support for delivery of COP26 outcomes and the Glasgow Climate Pact. I stood up to get away from the echo, but absolutely honoured to welcome you here today, Ken. Please.
Thank you, John. And I might stay standing because I found in other venues that makes it a bit easier for the audio. So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's great to see some former friends and colleagues and also to be meeting new advocates for the energy transition in Southeast Asia. As you know, this has been a particular focus for the UK presidency of COP26. I have spent a lot of the last 2.5 years traveling across Southeast Asia talking about the energy transition. And I think one of the big takeaways I am taking from this event here at Sharm el-Sheikh is that the energy transition is no longer in doubt. There is recognition from governments all over this region and indeed across the world that the energy transition needs to happen, is in the interests of the populations and countries of Southeast Asia. And I think the question now is the speed. And I think it's in all our interests to try to help that speed accelerate in coming months. And of course, the global coal pipeline globally has reduced by 75% since the Paris Agreement in 2015. And that's bringing the end of new coal power very much within our sight here at COP27. At COP26, we saw an unprecedented number of countries from this region committing to no new coal, whether that would be Brunei, Indonesia, Philippines, Singapore, and of course our partners in Vietnam endorsing the global coal to clean power transition statement. And I think the collapse of the global coal pipeline and the rise of commitments to no new coal are progressing hand in hand. But the IEA is estimating that the global transition to clean power needs to be 4 to 6 times faster than at present if we are to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. So there is a lot more for all of us to do. And looking to what we have done in the UK, a consistent thread in our own energy transition has been making not just the environmental case for energy transition, but the economic case, bringing in our finance ministry, or the treasury as we say in the UK, but also the business sector working hand in hand. Today, the falling costs of renewables and of storage dramatically undercut fossil fuels, and in particular coal, when it comes to electricity generation. Solar costs are down by 85% over the last decade. Onshore wind costs are down by 56%. 8%, and offshore wind costs are down by 48%. Clean power is the economically sensible thing to do, and it is a growth industry worldwide. Governments that invest now will be positioning their economies for greater growth over the coming decade. It will position them at the forefront of the most innovative countries worldwide, and those that fail to take this opportunity will, of course, risk losing competitive advantage in the years ahead. Such governments will also be supporting jobs. Investment in renewables delivers substantially more jobs than in the fossil fuel sector. IRENA reports that boosting investment in renewables would increase jobs in the sector to 42 million globally by 2050, so 5 or 4 times more than today. So the market is delivering change. We are working with governments across this region to accelerate that change, both in tackling the market barriers and building pressure on those who continue to finance coal projects which are contrary to international Paris commitments and of course are not in the economic interests of the countries which they're purported to be supporting. With the energy demand in Southeast Asia projected to increase by an average of 4.7% every year to 2035, it's critical for us to be supporting Southeast Asian countries in developing their countries on clean energy and accelerating the efforts to phase out coal. Now, unfortunately, this year we have, of course, seen the war provoked by Russia in the Ukraine, which has led to rising energy prices across the world. But that's not a reason to go slow on the energy transition. Quite the contrary, we are seeing the need to act faster because diversifying our energy supplies, ending the reliance on coal and investing in renewables is precisely the way to ensure ourselves against the risk of energy dependency. So the UK has been a proud contributor to the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership alongside, of course, other donor governments and other philanthropy. Over the last 2 years, the ETP has already delivered what we think is an impressive number of transformational technical assistance to accelerate the energy transition away from coal in its 3 target countries in Southeast Asia, so Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. And the partnership has a really ambitious and exciting program of work going forward, as of course we've just heard from Mathilde. In Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, the ETP works in synergies with the Energy Transition Council, or ETC, that the UK established under our COP26 presidency. ETC is a multilateral platform with over 40 government and institutional members, including 4 Southeast Asian countries, Indonesia, Laos, Philippines, and Vietnam. And its main aim is to connect the international political, technical, and financial leaders to developing countries facing clean energy transition challenges and opportunities. We do that through a dialogue process at ministerial, national, and working level to expose clean energy priorities across a range of thematic themes and find, tailor, and implement practical solutions to accelerate that transition. So the ETP and the ETC are working hand in hand in these countries, and that's created more opportunities to amplify respective programs. And we're developing deeper, longer term, and well-collaborated collaboration in partnership with host governments and local stakeholders. That includes reciprocal responsiveness to the clean energy priorities articulated in both forums. And just one example, the ETC launched a rapid response facility in March last year, which is delivering fast-acting technical assistance. It's responded to at least 4 requests from Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam for projects on new technologies, on regulatory support for smart grids, energy storage systems, marine planning systems, and offshore wind regulatory support, particularly around permitting. But we're also clear this is not an area where just governments or philanthropies can provide all that's needed. It's clear that massive levels of private investment will be essential to deliver the energy transition over the next decade. We expect Southeast Asia to continue to drive the global economy in the year ahead, and that presents real opportunities for investors, which we're encouraging them to seize. After Glasgow, the UK has continued to mobilise action. We're determined to do the same following COP27 and the end of our COP26 presidency, and we're very much looking forward to further close partnership with the Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership as we drive forward a clean energy transition. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for all your work on this area, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing about what your perspectives are on this important agenda. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ken. There was a lot of positivity in your message, a lot of hope that we can glean from that, a serious amount of reality, a focus on speed that we need to get moving, and it's great to talk about the collaborations between ETC and ETP. The interventions you mentioned regionally from the RRF were all picked up by ETP, and we're delivering great work together there. So thank you very much. I think we're going to have a quick change around of seats as we go into our panel discussion. So thank you very much to our keynote speakers. I'm going to sit down this end so because of the echo. Okay, so then the next part of our event, we move into a panel discussion. In this panel discussion, we will focus on the current state of play with regards to coal in Southeast Asia. And we're joined by 3 prestigious panelists working in the region. So on behalf of the DG of Electricity, from the Ministry of Energy and Mines, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Indonesia, we have Mr. Pramudia. Mr. Pramudia serves as the Deputy Director under the Director General of Electricity and leads the MEMR's task force for Indonesia's net zero emissions roadmap, as well as a roadmap for Indonesia's early coal-fired power plants retirement. Next to Mr. Pramudia, we are joined by Dr. Tang Te Guang. Dr. Guang is the Director General, Department of Climate Change, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, or MONRE. Dr. Guang was appointed as the Director General of Department of Climate Change, MONRE, in Vietnam in 2018. Dr. Guang joined MONRE first in 2008 as the Head of General Department of the Administration Office and has served a number of roles within the ministry, including Deputy Chief of Staff and Secretary to Minister, Chief of Staff and Spokesman of MONRE. And last, but certainly not least, we're joined by Mr. Abhishek Baksa. He's a Program Lead of Climate Investment Fund Accelerating Coal Transition, also known as CIF Act, and JETP Engagement. So Abhishek leads the CIF's Act investment program, along with CIF's JETP engagements in South Africa and its technical assistance facility for clean energy investments. So without further ado, we'll enter into the panel discussion. So the first question, Mr. Pramudia, would you mind if I come to you first? So I understand you have a slide set. So the question that the slide set will talk to is, can you explain the process and challenges of developing an early coal phase-out roadmap and some of the decision-making that goes into developing such a strategy?
The first, I would like to say thank you for inviting us in this discussion. Regarding the coal retirement, actually last year, before COP26, we already canceled more than 8 gigawatt coal-fired power plant, canceled the project. And for the what next, how to reduce the CO2 emission, Indonesia commit to do the early retirement, but in conditionally. Based on the new regulation, presidential regulation number 112, in that regulation, the state that we will make the roadmap for the early retirement for the coal. That's our Indonesia commitment, how to reduce the emission. And we have also a strong commitment with the Paris Agreement, not only the NDC, but we already submit the enhanced NDC to the IPCC, while the first target is only 29% to reduce the emission by 2030. But the new NDC, the enhanced NDC, we will reduce up to almost 32%. by 2030. May I present the next slide? Is it okay? Okay, next slide, please. This is the slide show what the real action we have been done in Indonesia. We already canceled the project more than 8 gigawatt coal-fired power plant. That will cut the emission about 65 million ton of emission yearly. Next slide. This slide shows us the capacity of the coal-fired power plant. This is only the pipeline project, no the new project actually, only pipeline project. And beyond 2030, we can see in the slide that the coal-fired power plant capacity will reduce because the end of the contract or the end of the lifetime of the coal-fired power plant. And then we can see the emission in the right side. The emission will be going down rapidly with the retirement of the coal-fired power plant. So the power sector in Indonesia will be zero emission, not net zero, but zero emission before 2060. If we want to do the early retirement, I will show us what is the condition to achieve the early retirement in the next slide. But in this occasion, I want to share the information that right now Indonesia has rapidly growth for the smelting industry, for nickel and cobalt. We know that the nickel and cobalt is a product to support the energy transition, how to produce the batteries for EV, for battery energy storage for the system, electricity system. So because the smelter need a huge amount of power, so we try to find out the renewable resource to fulfill the electricity. But in some location we have challenges. What the power plant source of the energy. So in some place we still need the coal for a while to supply the smelter. Next slide. Sorry, previous slide. In this slide shows Indonesia has rapid growth of electricity demand. I think the same number with ASEAN or South Asia, about 4.7% demand growth until 2060. So to fulfill the demand, we need more additional power capacity. In this side, in one side, we reduce the capacity of coal-fired power plant. In other side, we need to add more capacity, of course, with renewable. In our policy, beyond 2030, we only develop the renewable energy, and maybe close to 2040, we need some nuclear to fulfill the base load power plant. Okay, this is the last what I want to show us. There are 4 conditionally we need to do the early retirement. The first is after the grid substitution is built, we can do the early retirement. Means that we need to maintain the reliability of the power system because we need to maintain our industry to operate sustainability. And then the second is to ensure of the just transition. There should not be any negative social impact when we do the early retirement of the coal-fired power plant. The third is we have to make sure the price will be affordable for our economic, for our industry, for our people in Indonesia. And the last is we have to make sure the confirm of international financial support. That's very important thing. For information, right now we are discuss with the IPG to discuss about the energy transition, how the international support can support Indonesia in early retirement and also to invest the new plan with renewable. I think that's all my presentation regarding the coal-fired power plant the early retirement of coal-fired power plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Pramudya. Lots of challenges ahead, but congratulations on how far Indonesia has come since COP26. There were some significant announcements last year, and I think coming up next week in G20, we're expecting some more announcements. So you listed very well the challenges there. There's a long way to go, but congratulations on the government so far. Okay, next we'll go over to Dr. Guang from Monterey. So Dr. Guang, what are the challenges Vietnam faces in reducing its coal fleet? And what would it take for Vietnam to increase its ambition in replacing coal even faster?
Okay. Vietnam is one of the active countries in the Southeast Asia in the transition of energy. Sure. No, it's all right. Skip. In our commitment in COP26, Vietnam is very determined to reach net zero by 2050. But in order to do that, I think one of the key activities is to transit our energy. Vâng. Vâng. According to the report by the GWEC, the total capacity for offshore wind energy will reach 93 gigawatt globally. So lower, 1.8% lower compared to 2020. However, it raised the total capacity for the offshore, for the wind energy to more than 800 gigawatt and increased totally by 12.5%. Yeah, Vietnam with a long coastline had a huge potential for offshore wind power. But with the long offshore wind, if we exploit all the potential, then we can generate around 600 gigawatt. Vietnam just recently adopted a national climate change strategy to 2050. It also consider a low emission development plan. And also, we just recently submit our updated NDC. Specifically, in order to reach net zero by 2050, we aim to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 43.5% compared to the BOU by 2030. In order to do that, we are supported by the ZP, similar to Indonesia. We are also in a negotiation process with the ZP, with the G7, and hopefully by the end of this year, we are able to have a political declaration on ZP. So in order to implement ZP and also the energy transition process, there are several challenges we managed to identify. First of all, it's about technology to help to transition to cleaner energy. Yeah, so for the offshore wind renewable energy, the government is trying their best to lessen the regulation to develop the projects. However, due to the unstable nature of the renewable energy, Vietnam need other source of energy to stabilize the base load. So it is necessary for us to cooperate with other countries to produce, for example, the green hydrogens, CCS, carbon storage and capture. So that's the challenge for the technology. So together with the technologies, we also need the resources to be able to fasten up the process. So we need support from the other partners from all the international community. Also, we need to take into account the just aspect of the energy transition. Currently, Vietnam has around 70,000 people working in the coal mining industry. And the re-employment and also the education and training for the new labor force is quite difficult. And also we need the participation from private sector, especially on the access of technology, on the transfer of technologies from different countries. So I think the main challenge is between the private sector, between the enterprise side on the technology transfer. And also the technologies compared to the base level is quite new. So that's why finance is another key issue for the early retirement of coal-fired power plant. Normally the coal-fired plant takes around 30, 40 to retire. However, currently in our energy structures, we managed to reduce the contributions of a coal power fire plant, and also increase the share of the wind and solar energy. Also, in order for the early retirement of coal power fire plant, then we need some sort of compensations for the owners. And also for other projects that currently in the pipeline, we need some sort of incentive, some sort of technology for them to transit. However, even with those challenges, Vietnam is still determined in our greening road to reach net zero by 2050. For example, Vietnam just commit on the coal phase down commitment and also on the methane pledge. Yeah, and so we will try our best to implement those commitments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Guang. Very insightful. So I'm going to move straight on to the next question. So given the answers we've received, I might rephrase this a little bit. The question is, what, in your view, is the greatest impediment in implementing the government's coal phase-down plans in Southeast Asia? We'll come to that in a moment. Sorry. Okay. First, let's go to Mr. Abhishek. Okay. At SIF, you lead the Accelerating Coal Transition Act Investments Programme and Just Energy Transition Partnerships JETP engagement in South Africa. This is fascinating work, and I'm sure you have many, many great insights. Could you share some of these insights on the JETP model and how it can deliver finance in Southeast Asia? And we've just heard the discussions ongoing in Vietnam and Indonesia on this.
Thank you, John. It's a pleasure to be here, so thank you for having me. Great discussion so far. I'll try my best. Before I get into the JETP side of things, let me give a brief introduction of who we are at the Climate Investment Funds. We are one of the oldest and largest climate finance delivery mechanisms in the world. We have a funding envelope of close to $11.5 billion, and we have been in operation for around a decade and a half, or close to 15 years now. We have supported countries, over 70 low-income and middle-income countries in areas such as clean energy, resilience, forestry, and of late, we have launched the coal transition program that was mentioned. We work exclusively through 6 partner MDBs, or multilateral development banks. These are AFDB, African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, EBRD, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the World Bank Group, including IFC. What we have to offer is concessional finance, which is financing that comes at very low interest rates or extremely long tenors. And we always co-finance and blend with MDB owned resources. What it does is it lowers the cost of capital, it alleviates or mitigates specific risks, it facilitates thereby participation by private sector, and then in the process scale up impact on the ground. So that's where we come from, that's the experience that we bring. For the last couple of years, we've been working on the ACT, or the Accelerating Coal Transition Investment Program, which was launched at COP26 in Glasgow. We have raised around $2.5 billion for support offered to countries like India, Indonesia, South Africa, and the Philippines to support their coal phase-out ambition. Now, given that role, given that we are governed by a number of members of what we now know as IPG, or International Partners Groups, such as UK, US, Germany, Canada, France, and so on, it was a natural sort of ask when we were requested to play this convening role of the Secretariat in South Africa for the JETP engagements. So we have been engaged in the process for the past, I would say, close to 18 months or so, before 6 months from before Glasgow was signed. And we helped throughout the process. Initially, it was a political process, and then in the last year or so, it has become a technical process. And the goal was to deliver what we call the JET investment plan that was released by President Ramaphosa last week on Friday. So now going back to the question with that hopefully helpful context, there are some key elements that are part of or co-ingredients of a JETP or model. And I think that hopefully answers the question of how can it facilitate financing. And these 5 key elements are as follows. Number 1, the nature of it is premised on a country setting up an ambitious pathway. It could be in the form of your enhanced NDCs, it could be in any other form depending on the sector and so on. But you are defining your ambition. Number 2 is translating that ambition that you have defined, be it in terms of an enhanced NDC, into a set of strategic priorities or action areas. And then you present this in the form of a coherent plan, which one can call investment plan, which is what we are calling in the case of South Africa. Then number 3 is on the donors or the contributors side of things, where once you have those, you start coordinating a response, which means you bring together different stakeholders, different funders, partners, multiple countries, and here you have France, Germany, and so on. You bring together philanthropies where you can, and try to mobilize resources to support the country's ambitious pathway. Number 4 is once you have done that, you have mobilized a serious amount of resources. So you are achieving a certain scale in response to what the country is committing to deliver in terms of its ambitious pathway. And finally, once you have achieved that scale, you have hopefully delivered impact on the ground in each of those areas that you have identified in the investment plan. So from my experience, I would put it as these 5 key ingredients or milestones that help you achieve or get on a pathway to achieving that scale of financing that is needed to meet your long-term goals. And again, just to repeat, they are, number 1, you're defining your ambition. Number 2, you're translating that ambition into a set of priorities or action areas. Number 3, you're coordinating a response. And number 4 is you're achieving scale. Number 5, ultimately you're delivering impact on the ground. All of this is premised on a country-led, country-owned process every step of the way, where you are working with key stakeholders in the countries to identify these priorities, develop an investment plan, work through the financing communities to come up with a package, and so on. And so that's a key critical ingredient of this whole model. Let me stop here, but I'm happy to come in later on. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Very, very, very insightful. So I'll put this question to the panel. Feel free to answer anybody who would like to. And I think in the context of JETP, it's a very pertinent question. So what, in your view, is the greatest impediment in implementing the government's coal phase-down plans in Southeast Asia? So what is maybe the single biggest challenge that is faced, and perhaps how do we overcome this? Mr. Abhishek?
Thank you. I think there's not one there. I'm sure there are many, but I would perhaps pin down to 2. One is to bear in mind that the JET ambition is much beyond the JETP negotiation or the JETP agreement or the declaration that IPG or a set of donors get into with a country. If we take South Africa's example, the overall ambition is close to $85 or so billion, and the JETP contribution, as you may have seen, is close to 10% of that. What it does is it provides that down payment or that kickstart that you require to get down that ambitious pathway, which also means that there is a long way to go for the remaining amount of money that you need to meet the JET ambition. So the first challenge would be to identify modalities to mobilize that gap, that financing gap that exists between what is on offer and what is needed to deliver. And finally, the second thing is it comes down to implementation. So we could have a great JETP IP or a JET IP, but if we are not able to implement on the ground, then that sets a track record, and then that can, of course, potentially affect your fundraising, financing modalities. So I would say there are 2 big challenges. One is the question around how you finance the gap, and second is how do you ensure that an implementation model is effective enough to be deployed to deliver on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anybody else like to comment on the challenges of coal phase down? Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Just to add my explanation in the previous presentation, actually, for the utility, our utility company, PLN, we already stopped to develop the new coal. But as I said, we have the smelter industry growing rapidly recently. That will produce the battery, produce the steel with the nickel, where the location is far away from the existing grid in the isolated area. So the smelter need a huge amount of power not enough renewable there to supply the smelter. So I mean, the challenge is how to provide the electricity without coal there. But in our regulation, in the presidential regulation, we already make restriction for the emission. If any coal smelter, if any smelter propose the new coal power plant, it could be allowed, but it should be reduced the emission since 10 years after the commercial. Then the operation should be at least in 2050. After that should be decommissioning for the coal or repurposing using 100% biomass or ammonia or hydrogen. So the challenge, that's our main challenge right now. We will produce the batteries, but the resource of power for to running the smelter. Yeah, quite not easy to stop the new coal for the captive, not NDPL and our utility, but for the captive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A very interesting real-life example of the challenges of removing captive coal. ETP are set up to support in difficult challenges like this. It would be great to see if we can work together with the international community to try and find a solution to this difficult problem. Okay, Mr. Gong, would you like to answer? Okay.
Yeah. But I think that Vietnam, similar to Indonesia and many countries in Southeast Asia, had very similar scenario and conditions. Maybe some countries may be in the forerunner, maybe some countries may be falling behind. However, we need to consider the active from large company in the renewable energy. And we had to identify the potentials for transitions in these countries. For example, Vietnam had huge potential for the transitions. I think the key challenge is the resources, both in terms of finance and technology. And also, as mentioned before, we also need to take into account the re-employment, the social aspect of the transitions. These are the key challenges. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to our panelists for sharing so openly. The Energy Transition Partnership is here to support the governments in Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia with their energy transition, and we look forward to working together and trying to overcome some of these challenges in the future. Okay, so finally, I'd like to pass the floor to the ETP Fund Director, Ms. Serpa Yavanpa. Serpa has been based and working in Southeast Asia since 1990, initially with UNDP, but has worked and held many senior positions with the likes of ADB and the Global Green Growth Institute. She's driving ETP very much from the front, and under her leadership, we're determined to accelerate the energy transition in Southeast Asia. So Serpa, could I ask you to try to summarize and capture with some closing remarks? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Good. This brings our event to a close, and I owe a big thank you to our speakers. And I particularly want to congratulate our speakers for bringing such openness to the conversation. So when we started thinking about this seminar, we really wanted to bring out one particular point, which is that coal phase down energy transition is very much a possible pathway. It's a very much possible target. However, as we have heard, it's not without challenges, or it is not uncomplicated. So a lot depends on the geographical conditions in the countries and in the particular regions that we are talking about, where the the demand for energy is. Depends on finance and cost of finance. So I'm very happy to hear from Papisek, for instance, that there are options for reducing the cost of finance. And we'd like to be part of that process as well, to bring in philanthropy resources and other options. Level playing field regarding policy environment is critical for bringing in the enormous amounts of private sector investments that we are seeking to bring energy transition to its fruition. And the grids play an incredible role. So the grids have become outdated. They are not able to integrate the variable energy right now. So again, ETP plays a role in this, for instance, through providing an engineering design for the Jamali, the main control center in Indonesia that serves electricity to some 160 million people. So, and most of all, the energy transition has to be fair and just process. And there was a mention of the 73,000 people that work in the context of the coal-fired power plants, and there are many, many more that work in the mining sector that are related to the energy transition processes and coal phase down in particular. Not only just the employees, but also the businesses, the schools, the social services, the municipalities. There's a lot of people in the formal and informal community that are standing to be affected by coal phase down. We have to ensure that these people are taken care of and their needs are addressed early. So ETP has approached the World Bank and other partners to set up a Just Coal Transition Forum for the region, to bring these communities and the community stakeholders in contact with one another, their peers in the region, and also globally with other transitional communities. The forum will provide a lot of educational services, integration services, coordination services, data management services, twinning arrangements with other transitional areas across the world. We very much look forward to this, and I'm very happy to also say that the Powering Past Coal Alliance has joined it. The German-funded JET project, which is the Just Energy Transition Project in the region, has joined it, and of course the World Bank ADB has indicated interest in joining that partnership. So it does harness all the partnerships, and it tries to bring sufficient technical assistance, resources, and also investment funds to provide the financing that is needed to move these community members to new livelihoods. So there's a lot of services there, and another feature of this forum is that it's going to use ETP's governance mechanism, which brings together all the funding partners of ETP and ETP's secretariat to deliver its services. So it's not creating yet another overhead, yet another secretariat, but will use the existing measures and processes. So without further ado, I just want to say that ETP is very proud of its partnership. The governments of United Kingdom, Germany, France, and now also Canada. An announcement was made just 2 days ago about Canada's contribution to ETP, as well as the incredible drive that the philanthropies are providing to the sector. So Sequoia Climate Fund, also represented here, IKEA Foundation represented here, and many other foundations that are participating, and we're looking forward to more of that partnership between philanthropies and governments, which it gives us a chance to combine the respective experiences and innovations. This is very important because it gives us a very unhindered decision making. It gives us a straight line vision to the targets, and therefore a very productive avenue to work with the governments. And I want to mention that we are very, very proud of our relationships with the government agencies and other stakeholders in our operational countries, of course with MONRE, but also with the Commission for Management of State Capital in Vietnam and other Ministry of Industry and Trade and other agencies, Ministry of Finance and so on. We are currently actually providing some support to CMSC, which is the State-Owned Enterprises Ministry in Vietnam, for developing a roadmap to net zero emissions target for the government-owned coal-fired power plants is very important and pioneering work. We are also working with many important institutions in Indonesia, of course Papenas, our sort of planning ministry that provides us the legal coverage of our work there, with PLN, where I already mentioned that we have this important program that will kickstart the entire donor community to look at digitalization of the grids there. We are working together with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of State-owned Enterprises on important processes such as the financial implications of the government's own early coal retirement plan. So we hope to bring some knowledge inputs, and also, as John said, we would be very happy to look at some of the far away areas where energy is needed to try and abate the need for fossil fuel energy. So let me stop here and thank you everyone for being with us. We are very pleased to have had this opportunity to talk with you and also showcase what ETP is doing in the region, and let me thank the panelists. John, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so just to thank the panelists with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you everybody for joining today. It's been a pleasure that you've all come. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you once again to the panelists, and we'll be convening outside for some refreshments. Thank you.
Serbian. Okay, we'll move across. Hey, serious.
There's a nicer photo opportunity outside. Palau, in front of Palau.
I'm sorry, sir.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Alejandro Miranda, soy ejecutivo principal de la Coordinación de Cambio Climático de CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina. Y para mí el día de hoy es un honor moderar el panel de movilidad eléctrica para descarbonizar el transporte en Panamá, Paraguay y Uruguay. El día de hoy vamos a conversar acerca de los avances, retos y oportunidades que enfrentan estos tres países para migrar hacia la movilidad eléctrica, y sobre todo también vamos a presentar un mecanismo innovador que desarrollamos en CAF en ayuda con el Fondo Verde del Clima para precisamente eliminar estas barreras para migrar a la movilidad eléctrica. Entonces contamos con un panel de especialistas de los tres países, y en ese sentido quisiera presentar a Alicia Montalvo, que es la gerente de Acción Climática y Biodiversidad Positiva de CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, a Natalie Pareja, que es la directora nacional de Cambio Climático de Uruguay, a Ulises Lovera, que es el director nacional de Cambio Climático del Paraguay, y a Juan Lucero, a Juan Lucero, que es el coordinador de transición energética de la Dirección de Cambio Climático del Ministerio de Medio Ambiente de Panamá. Entonces, para iniciar el panel, quisiera darle la bienvenida a Alicia para que nos pueda brindar unas palabras de introducción acerca de la relevancia y la importancia de establecer medidas para descarbonizar el sector transporte en América Latina. Alicia, por favor.
Muchas gracias, Alejandro, y buenas tardes a todos. Es la verdad una alegría muy grande estar en este evento de presentación de un tema tan importante para la región y para la reducción de los gases de efecto invernadero, como es la movilidad eléctrica, y con tres países que para nosotros son países emblemáticos también, porque todos ellos se caracterizan por tener una matriz energética tan limpia que realmente es un ejemplo para todos. Un saludo, y por nuestra parte manifestar que la CAF, el Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, está haciendo una apuesta muy fuerte para convertirse en el Banco Verde de la región, y lógicamente el sector del transporte, que tiene una contribución tan importante a los gases de efecto invernadero de los países de América Latina y el Caribe, pues es uno de nuestros principales objetivos. Trabajar para que sea posible que esta contribución no solo no aumente, sino que disminuya. La movilidad es clave, y trabajar con organismos que financian proyectos innovadores como es el Fondo Verde del Clima nos produce mucha alegría y nos motiva enormemente, porque vemos que efectivamente la financiación climática se va moviendo hacia sectores con una mirada de América Latina, que es lo que nosotros pues pretendemos. Es complicado, ahora nos lo van a explicar seguro, es complicado implantar la movilidad eléctrica, tanto para el transporte masivo como para el transporte de carga menor, como es este proyecto, que luego seguro que Alejandro, a quien felicito realmente por el trabajo que ha hecho también con los países y con el Fondo Verde, pues nos lo va a contar, pero no ha sido fácil armarlo, y por eso estamos especialmente contentos. Creemos que de las barreras que existen, tanto desde el punto de vista de condiciones habilitantes, marcos reguladores y, por supuesto, todo el componente tecnológico, financiero y de riesgo que supone un cambio de paradigma en la movilidad, como implantar movilidad eléctrica, no son retos sencillos. Nosotros estamos felices de ir de la mano de países que, como tienen una matriz energética tan limpia, pues realmente están muy preparados para avanzar en esta dirección. Y nos gustaría mucho que conforme avancemos en la implementación de este proyecto podamos confirmar que es un éxito y conseguir que más países puedan unirse a una iniciativa parecida, y que, bueno, pues que efectivamente la contaminación tanto ambiental como el efecto del calentamiento global como consecuencia del transporte en América Latina pues vaya siendo cada vez menor, y podamos pues hablar de nuevos tiempos en la movilidad. Muchas gracias, Alejandro, muchas gracias a todos, y yo te devuelvo el micro.
Muchas gracias, Alicia, por estas palabras de introducción y por resaltar uno de los temas principales, que es la matriz energética eléctrica de estos tres países. Yo creo que, como tú bien mencionas, son un caso, un ejemplo de éxito en la región de cómo han podido ir transformando su matriz basada en combustibles fósiles a combustibles renovables, ¿no? Sí, y casi, bueno, tenemos a Paraguay, que tiene el 100% de la matriz energética eléctrica renovable. Uruguay, que en los últimos años logró convertir su matriz de una matriz eléctrica basada en combustibles fósiles a través de una política muy decidida del gobierno para migrar y fomentar las energías renovables. Y bueno, el caso de Panamá, que también están alcanzando y que hoy en día tienen casi ya el 82% de la matriz energética de renovables, ¿no? Entonces, para nosotros era muy importante seleccionar a países que puedan servir como ejemplo para demostrar realmente cuáles son los beneficios de migrar hacia un transporte limpio, bajo en carbono, y que después podamos replicar este tipo de acciones en otros países. Entonces, para arrancar, yo quisiera pedirle a cada uno miembro del panel que nos pueda dar un pequeño contexto para que el público en general y la gente que nos está viendo en América Latina pueda entender qué acciones o cuál es la relevancia del sector transporte en el tema de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero de cada uno de esos países, y qué acciones han emprendido para empezar a migrar hacia la movilidad eléctrica. Entonces quisiera empezar con Ulises, porque bueno, Ulises tiene que salir a una reunión a las 3 de la tarde, entonces quisiera cederle la palabra a Ulises para que pueda comenzar. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Alejandro. Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Sí, hay que hablar necesariamente así para la filmación, hay que hablar por micrófono ahora. Sí, bueno, voy a tratar de alejar lo más posible para que... Bueno, la relevancia, ¿cuál es la relevancia del sector transporte en las emisiones de GEI de Paraguay? En el sector transporte en Paraguay tenemos que tener en cuenta un fenómeno que se da. Si bien el sector energético es el que más emite gases de efecto invernadero a nivel global, en el Paraguay el sector energético solamente representa el 12.3% de todas nuestras emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, de los cuales ese 12.3%, el 90% corresponde al transporte. ¿Por qué eso? Porque el 100% de nuestra red eléctrica es cero emisiones, es 100% hidroeléctrica. Entonces el problema para nosotros en lo que hace energía está prácticamente concentrado en transporte. A partir de ahí, ¿verdad?, lo que tiene que ver con cómo empezamos nosotros a mirar la electromovilidad como una opción para descarbonizar el sector energético. Esto empieza más o menos en la segunda mitad de la década pasada. Empezamos a buscar estrategias, primeramente más bien del orden político-económico. Empezó el Paraguay a buscar estratégicas para empezar a tener un mayor consumo de la hidroenergía que producimos, porque también es muy importante tener en cuenta que gran parte de la hidroenergía producida por Paraguay la vendemos por unos precios no muy buenos, eso es importante decirlo, a nuestros vecinos de al lado, ¿verdad?, Brasil y Argentina. Entonces empezamos a buscar mecanismos que puedan servir al Paraguay en aumentar ese consumo, y uno de los mecanismos, justamente por las condiciones del país, era la electromovilidad. Además, el transporte que tiene Paraguay, las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y las emisiones de contaminantes atmosféricos provenientes del sector transporte hacían que se vuelva necesario buscar una estrategia, un mecanismo de reconversión de la flota. Así que comenzamos en la segunda mitad con el proceso, y es importante destacar también en todo este proceso que a partir de la segunda mitad de la década pasada comenzó un importante desarrollo legislativo y de políticas públicas para impulsar la electromovilidad. Y así tenemos ahora el Plan Nacional de Desarrollo al 2030, que da un fuerte impulso a la electromovilidad y habla de incentivos a la electromovilidad en el país. Posteriormente al Plan Nacional de Desarrollo se desarrolló la Política Energética Nacional al 2040, que también tiene incorporado un mayor uso de la hidroenergía, y dentro de ese mayor uso de la hidroenergía el desarrollo de una movilidad eléctrica. También, a partir de ahí aparecieron algunos incentivos, la ley 5.184, que creó la exención de impuestos para la importación de vehículos eléctricos e híbridos, y recientemente, no tiene todavía ni un mes de promulgación, la ley 6.925 de incentivos y promoción al transporte eléctrico en Paraguay, entre otros instrumentos de políticas públicas. Esta ley es muy importante porque genera una serie de incentivos tanto para la importación, para el ensamblaje, como para el usuario final de vehículos eléctricos, en lo que hace exención de impuestos, no solamente, inclusive de extensión de tasas y privilegios para la circulación y el estacionamiento en la ciudad. Entonces, es una ley que genera una serie de incentivos que pueden permitir al ciudadano ir volcándose hacia la electromovilidad. Y otro aspecto no menor que quiero resaltar es que cuando actualizamos nuestra NDC el año pasado, en 2021, hablamos también de dos medidas importantes que sobresalen en esa NDC en lo que hace a la reducción de nuestras emisiones, y justamente están vinculadas, una de ellas, a la reconversión de la flota vehicular hacia el hidrógeno verde, o sea, aumentar nuestra matriz energética en un consumo de hidrógeno verde, pero por otro lado también una reconversión de aproximadamente el tercio de la flota vehicular a transporte eléctrico para el 2030. Entonces, más o menos eso es lo que está haciendo el Paraguay en acciones concretas para encarar la movilidad eléctrica actualmente, para ir migrando hacia la movilidad eléctrica.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la invitación. Bueno, Uruguay, como bien destacabas, es un país que ha tomado medidas de mitigación de manera temprana. En Uruguay, los últimos años hemos alcanzado, ¿ahí se bien? ¿Ahí está bien? Ahí. En Uruguay hemos alcanzado en los últimos años una matriz energética renovable entre el 96 y el 98%, y eso realmente nos lleva a tener que trabajar, nos obliga a tener que trabajar en descarbonizar lo que es el tema de transporte. Las emisiones que tenemos en Uruguay, como en varios países de la región, en tema de emisiones, tenemos muy bajo porcentaje, que es un 0,04%, pero en CO2 el transporte representa un 60%. Entonces, bueno, en la situación que nos encontramos y en el tema de la cantidad de emisiones que emite Uruguay en el sector transporte, pues, efectivamente nos obliga a tener que trabajar en ese sector. En ese sentido, en el 2017 Uruguay presentó su primera contribución determinada a nivel nacional, donde ya hay medidas importantes para reducir emisiones al 2025, en lo cual ya venimos trabajando. Y por otro lado también, el año pasado, en diciembre 21, presentamos nuestra estrategia climática a largo plazo con un horizonte de CO2 neutralidad al 2050. Entonces, en ese sentido también nos muestra que Uruguay está fuertemente comprometido para trabajar en esto. Y por otro lado también, en lo que es el aporte del gobierno en este sentido, desde el año 2019 Uruguay viene trabajando en crear un subsidio para el transporte público, que esto lo que hizo fue empezar a invertir en un piloto para justamente sortear la brecha que tiene el privado de tener que adquirir un vehículo eléctrico, cambiar su vehículo a combustión a eléctrico. En ese sentido, el gobierno brindó un subsidio en el cual pudimos llegar al año 2020, a mediados del 2020, adquirir 30 ómnibus eléctricos para la capital, en Montevideo, y 4 en el interior. Seguimos trabajando en poder seguir extendiendo ese subsidio para poder adquirir más vehículos, porque obviamente los precios de estos vehículos siguen siendo caros para el privado que lo adquiere. Y por otro lado, también se está buscando que ese subsidio se transforme en el sentido de que de buscar la manera de poder mantener el precio al usuario. Entonces, es un desafío realmente importante, porque no solamente tenemos que apostar a tener que cambiar esa flota de vehículos, sino también hay todo un mecanismo atrás, como es el tema de brindarle al usuario un mejor viaje, que sea más amigable, más inclusivo, menos ruidoso, ambientalmente mejor para la ciudad. Así que bueno, me quedo por acá.
Muchas gracias. Ante todo, pues agradecerle a los organizadores del panel por esta oportunidad de comentar sobre un tema tan importante para Panamá. En nuestro caso, más del 35% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero del país provienen del sector transporte, lo cual significa que debemos atenderlo, pues es un tema prioritario si queremos realmente reducir las emisiones. Hemos venido trabajando en el tema desde hace ya bastante tiempo. Iniciamos con un plan integral de movilidad urbana y sostenible y paralelo a ello un NAMA de movilidad sustentable con el apoyo de CAF. Y a partir de esta información, pues desarrollamos ya 2 líneas de metro eléctrico, y paralelo a ello hemos venido trabajando también en la Estrategia Nacional de Movilidad Eléctrica entre el 2018 y 2019 como parte de la Agenda de Transición Energética. A partir de esta estrategia se definieron pues algunas acciones clave que debemos emprender como país, y se creó una comisión intergubernamental de movilidad eléctrica para poder coordinar toda esta estrategia con todos los sectores, tanto energía, ambiente, transporte, invitando también al sector privado a que forme parte de esta comisión y poder desarrollar la estrategia e implementarla. A partir de eso hemos estado trabajando también en un proyecto de ley que hace poco fue aprobado, y ya contamos con una ley de incentivos a la movilidad eléctrica, y también contamos con una serie de proyectos piloto con buses eléctricos que nos permitieron identificar pues cómo es la operación de estos buses en Panamá en las condiciones reales de nuestro país, diferentes rutas, evaluando y obteniendo datos que nos permiten entonces proponer proyectos, identificar cuáles serían las rutas a reemplazar y sustituir con movilidad eléctrica. Adicional a eso, pues el país también a finales de 2020 actualizó su NDC, incluyó como uno de sus compromisos la implementación de la Agenda de Transición Energética, con miras a reducir más del 11% de sus emisiones al 2030, y parte de esta agenda, como lo comenté, es la estrategia de movilidad eléctrica. Es un punto clave en donde hemos venido trabajando y buscando diferentes alternativas para reducir las emisiones del sector transporte, entendiéndolo como reducir no solamente haciendo la transición a movilidad eléctrica, sino una movilidad sostenible, invitando a las personas a dejar el vehículo, montarse en un bus, montarse en un metro, que estos medios de transporte masivos sean eléctricos, y de esta forma reducir aún más las emisiones. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ulises, Natalie y Juan Lucero por esta breve introducción. Yo ya aquí quisiera destacar dos temas. El primero es que obviamente el tema del transporte en los 3 países y en el tema regional juega un papel preponderante para alcanzar la meta de mantener la temperatura, el incremento de la temperatura en 2 grados centígrados, ¿no? Si no implementamos medidas que nos ayuden a descarbonizar el sector transporte, difícilmente vamos a alcanzar esta meta, ¿no? Y segundo, resaltar que por lo que acabo de escuchar, los 3 países de alguna manera ya han empezado una transición, una migración hacia la movilidad eléctrica. Paraguay ya empezó a establecer marcos regulatorios, empezó a desarrollar una serie de iniciativas que sienta la base para que todo el sector público y privado pueda empezar ya a tener un marco sólido para esa migración. Y también tenemos el ejemplo de lo que acaba de mencionar Natalie respecto al tema de los incentivos fiscales, ¿no? Obviamente uno de los temas de este tipo de tecnología es el costo, ¿no? El valor de la tecnología, ¿no? Entonces ahí también vemos un claro ejemplo de una política establecida para empezar a migrar a esto, ¿no? Y obviamente todos los esfuerzos, los planes piloto que se han estado desarrollando y el marco regulatorio que también desde Panamá se ha estado incentivando, la creación de la Mesa Nacional de Movilidad Eléctrica, en fin. Pero tomando como base eso, todo el ecosistema, yo quisiera preguntarles, que bueno, Natalie ya empezó a adelantar algunas de las respuestas, es ¿qué está pasando? ¿Por qué aún, a pesar de los beneficios de que se tiene en el caso de la reducción de emisiones, menores costos de operación, todavía la región o por lo menos todavía sus países todavía no logran dar ese brinco de pasar de proyectos piloto a una implementación de programas masivos, como podría ser a lo mejor en algunas otras regiones del mundo, ¿no? Entonces, nuevamente, por temas de tiempo, quisiera darle la palabra a Ulises porque para que nos pueda explicar qué está pasando en el caso de Uruguay y continuamos nuevamente así. Gracias.
Muchas gracias Alejandro. Bueno, en Paraguay, ¿cuáles son los primeros retos? ¿Por qué no terminamos de arrancar? Y el primer reto sería el reto financiero y tecnológico. O sea, tenemos que empezar, es necesario sentar en países como el nuestro y particularmente en el Paraguay, mecanismos financieros que permitan también o que faciliten al usuario, ya sea al empresario del transporte público, al empresario del transporte logístico o al usuario privado empezar a optar por una opción de vehículo eléctrico. Ese es el primer reto que tenemos que enfrentar. El segundo reto, el reto tecnológico, también obviamente relacionado a la parte económica financiera, es tener, si bien tenemos la producción necesaria de energía eléctrica, adaptar y adecuar nuestra transmisión y por sobre todo la red eléctrica para que pueda estar en condiciones del consumo masivo que puede, o el mayor consumo que puede representar el transporte eléctrico. O sea, tenemos una sobreproducción de energía eléctrica, una producción que no estamos consumiendo, pero tenemos que tener también el marco tecnológico adecuado para ese consumo interno. Después tenemos prejuicios y paradigmas, o sea, tenemos que superar ciertos prejuicios que todavía existen a nivel político, a nivel de opinión pública, a nivel de usuario final sobre la movilidad eléctrica, sobre todo yo digo político, porque todavía existe a nivel de autoridades un desconocimiento sobre la movilidad eléctrica, sobre la tecnología, que lleva a una desinformación que puede ser muy dañina. Y transformar paradigmas, ahora transformar los paradigmas tradicionales de la movilidad actual para irnos a una movilidad más sostenible, en la que el transporte eléctrico puede ser un eje importante de un transporte masivo que puede generar lo que decía el colega de Panamá, lo que decía Juan, ¿verdad? De que la gente tenga incentivo para bajarse del automóvil, usar el transporte público eléctrico o adquirir un transporte eléctrico de menor contaminación para hacer su movilidad urbana y suburbana. También tenemos que mejorar y aumentar la comunicación. O sea, si queremos romper esos prejuicios, tiene que haber una comunicación eficiente sobre la electromovilidad, que resulta absolutamente clave. O sea, empezar a formar, generar opinión sobre las ventajas de la electromovilidad. Hay que construir capacidades. O sea, la electromovilidad va a traer consigo un nuevo mundo y tenemos que empezar a trabajar. Un reto también es la construcción de capacidades. Hay que reconvertir a los mecánicos, hay que reconvertir a los conductores, hay que reconvertir toda la operativa de la movilidad eléctrica. Ese también es otro reto y otro desafío que tenemos que enfrentar. Y yo diría, por último, trabajar en lo que tiene que ver con una transición económica, trabajar en lo que va a ser la transición socioeconómica que va a producir esta transformación, porque esta transición esta transformación va a generar una transición entre el sector que hoy está vinculado a la exportación de combustible fósil, el sector que está vinculado a todo lo que tiene que ver con la venta, la distribución de combustible fósil, y el sector que está vinculado al servicio que está relacionado al combustible fósil. Tenemos que transformarlo para que ese sector se vuelque hacia la electromovilidad, o sea, generar también todo el costo y todo el desafío y el reto que va a representar esa transición socioeconómica. Por ahí me quedo. Quiero agradecer a la CAF por el evento y quiero pedir permiso a Alicia y a Alejandro para poder retirarme, porque tenemos la evaluación de nuestro tercer informe bienal de actualización en este momento y tengo que acompañar al equipo. Así que yo agradezco a los presentes y agradezco a la CAF por darnos la oportunidad de compartir con ustedes. Y queda mi colega Gilda Torres para la última pregunta que estaba aquí en el panel. Muchas gracias.
Bien, yo en varios puntos coincido con Ulises. Primero que nada, el tema del financiamiento para transformar esta tecnología. Yo creo, por lo menos en el caso de Uruguay, se ha avanzado mucho con estos incentivos y todo eso para poder cambiar la tecnología de buses y taxis, pero por supuesto que falta mucho más, y sobre todo para que sea un proceso más rápido, ¿no? Porque venimos como un poco como carretas en este sentido. Por otro lado, el cambio cultural, como hablaba él también, un poco para buscar lo que son nuevos cambios de hábito y las preferencias de las personas, o sea que como decía el compañero también, buscar que la gente también prefiera tomarse el ómnibus y que podamos hacer que ese servicio realmente funcione y que sea demandante. Y bueno, en el caso de Uruguay también, que supongo que también pasa en otros lugares, es el tema de el desafío de implementar justamente la movilidad, la política de movilidad urbana, que sin duda la implementación de esta política está en manos de los gobiernos departamentales. El gobierno nacional implementa los planes, elabora todo lo que son los mecanismos, pero evidentemente los gobiernos departamentales, en caso de Uruguay, son los que tienen que tomar la posta e implementar esos planes en sus territorios. Y creo que ahí también un desafío muy importante porque, bueno, como decía Ulises, falta de capacidades, hay que generar instrumentos para cada gobierno departamental porque no son todos iguales. También la falta obviamente de recursos humanos también preparados para poder llevar adelante todo este proceso. Así que bueno, desafíos todavía tenemos varios por delante en este sentido.
Muchas gracias. Un caso muy similar en Panamá a lo que comentaron los compañeros de Paraguay y Uruguay. Yo lo resumiría en 4 elementos. Uno es, obviamente, el acceso a financiamiento. Hemos tenido acceso a apoyo y a recursos para estudios piloto, para desarrollar estrategias, planes, pero para hacer la transición realmente, un cambio masivo de vehículos, se requiere una cantidad de financiamiento a la que aún no hemos tenido acceso. Adicional al financiamiento, también es importante ese marco habilitante, tanto desde el punto de vista regulatorio, que permita hacer esta transición, y también modelos de negocio que permitan aprovechar las ventajas que ofrece la movilidad eléctrica con sus menores costos de mantenimiento, menor costo de operación, aun cuando tienen costos elevados para adquirir los vehículos. Adicional a eso, también el fortalecimiento de capacidades. Se requiere una capacidad para operar una red de buses eléctricos, por ejemplo. Es distinto operar buses eléctricos a operar una flota de buses de combustión interna por el tema de recarga y el combustible y la energía que necesitan. Igualmente, para el mantenimiento de una gran cantidad de vehículos se requiere una capacidad que hay que crear dentro de los países. Y otro elemento clave también es el tema de la escala. Muchas veces los países pequeños pues tienen proyectos que no se ven tan llamativos o tan atractivos porque son pequeños, pero es que el país es pequeño. Y en ese sentido, pues lo que siempre buscamos son proyectos regionales con países que compartan la misma visión, que estemos alineados en la importancia de estos temas y poder ir en ese sentido. Creo que estas son las principales barreras. Ha habido mucho cambio, hemos ido progresando, pero aún tenemos ciertas dificultades en todos estos temas porque son muchas cosas que queremos hacer y hay que entender que estamos combinando lo que por mucho tiempo se vio como 2 sectores separados, el sector eléctrico y el sector transporte. Ahora estamos combinándolos y eso también es un reto, como bien comentaba, de una mentalidad que hay que cambiar. Gracias.
Excelente, muchas gracias por las intervenciones. Como, bueno, al final de cuentas yo creo que todos se pudieron dar cuenta que hay retos que son transversales en la mayoría de los países, ¿no? No es un caso puntual de que Uruguay no puede implementar por falta o el alto costo de la tecnología, ¿no? Creo que esa es una de las principales barreras que se han identificado. Obviamente es una tecnología cara que todavía no ha logrado reducir su costo para que se pueda implementar de manera masiva, ¿no? Entonces, en ese sentido, lo que empezamos a trabajar desde CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, en conjunto con cada uno de ustedes, con cada uno de los gobiernos, fue hace aproximadamente 2 años. Recuerdo bien que antes de que empezara la pandemia empezamos a tener conversaciones con ustedes para precisamente identificar estos retos, estas oportunidades y en conjunto tratar de encontrar soluciones, ¿no? Y obviamente uno de los temas, y nosotros como Banco de Desarrollo, lo que queríamos hacer es apoyarlos a alcanzar su objetivo de descarbonización del sector transporte y encontrar un mecanismo que les pudiera ayudar a eliminar esta barrera, ¿no? Esta barrera financiera que es un tema súper importante y crucial para poder migrar a esa transformación, ¿no? Entonces, a partir de ese momento empezamos a trabajar en este proyecto con el Fondo Verde del Clima. Tuvimos un proceso de revisión, evaluación y aprobación relativamente mediano, largo. Fueron 2 años en los cuales estuvimos trabajando muy fuerte con ustedes para precisamente hace un mes, el 18 de octubre, poder finalizar este proceso de estructuración y obtener la aprobación del Fondo Verde del Clima del programa de movilidad eléctrica y transporte bajo en carbono, ¿no? Motion. Entonces, lo que estamos viendo, lo que quisimos hacer es crear un mecanismo que pudiera apoyarlos a ustedes, tanto para lo que es el tema de fortalecimiento de capacidades, crear ese ecosistema que tú mencionaste, Juan, y que adicionalmente hubiera incentivos o mecanismos innovadores económicos para poder destrabar este gran problema que es el tema del alto costo de la tecnología, ¿no? Entonces, el programa básicamente está comprendido o comprende cuatro grandes componentes. El primer componente y uno de los principales para crear este ecosistema es un componente de fortalecimiento de capacidades, ¿no? Son casi 10 millones de dólares que se va a tener para precisamente apoyar a cada uno de los países a diseñar, a estructurar y elaborar la normativa, el tema del fortalecimiento de capacidades, el tema de desarrollo de normas, regulaciones específicas para que todo el ecosistema se pueda implementar de manera correcta y agilizar ese proceso que también mencionaba Natalie, porque si seguimos bajo el escenario actual, posiblemente la tecnología va a entrar, ¿no? Pero no va a entrar en el tiempo y en la medida que realmente se requiere para crear esta transformación, ¿no? Entonces, esta es una de las grandes componentes que vamos a estar trabajando en conjunto con ustedes y en las cuales vamos a estar trabajando de la mano para crear ese marco habilitante, y obviamente los otros 3 mecanismos o los otros 3 componentes, que es el tema de mecanismos innovadores para lo que es el fortalecimiento o el recambio de lo que son flota de buses eléctricos. El tercero es el tema del cambio de la flota de vehículos de carga ligera, y el cuarto pues obviamente es todo lo que se tiene que ver con lo relacionado con la infraestructura de recarga, ¿no? Lo que estamos viendo a través de este mecanismo es que se quiere utilizar a la movilidad eléctrica, a los vehículos eléctricos, para crear un cambio de paradigma. No solamente es sustituir un vehículo de combustible fósil por un vehículo eléctrico, porque eso no tiene ningún sentido. Lo que realmente se quiere hacer es una transformación para que se cree un ecosistema en el cual la gente deje el auto, como tú bien mencionas, y que migre y que haya un cambio transformacional, un cambio de paradigma, y que se empiecen a utilizar estos medios masivos de transporte. Entonces, el monto que se aprobó para terminar esta breve introducción de lo que es el programa y darle pie a la última pregunta, son 231 millones de dólares para los 3 países, para que podamos implementar este programa y que podamos fomentar lo que es la movilidad eléctrica, ¿no? El beneficio es bastante alto, se espera que se reduzcan aproximadamente 3.3 millones de toneladas de CO2 en los próximos años, y la idea es precisamente fomentar el cambio de esta tecnología, ¿no? 650 buses, 1.500 vehículos de carga, 1.150 vehículos y 60 estaciones de carga rápida, ¿no? Para empezar a sembrar y mostrar ejemplos concretos y reales en la región de que realmente esta tecnología se puede implementar con la ayuda de ciertos mecanismos innovadores y con ciertos esquemas de desarrollo como los puede proveer la banca de desarrollo como CAF, ¿no? Entonces, para finalizar el panel, yo les quisiera hacer la última pregunta, y es, desde su punto de vista, cómo el programa de Motion les va a ayudar a que realmente terminen de cumplir con sus objetivos o que puedan migrar hacia la movilidad eléctrica. ¿Cuáles son los factores que ven como una ventaja y dónde creen que ustedes nos debemos enfocar más en todo el proceso que vamos a empezar a trabajar e implementar a partir del próximo año? Entonces ahora voy a empezar con Juan para darle un poquito la vuelta a los panelistas. Entonces, Juan, por favor, si nos puedas contestar esta pregunta.
Sí, gracias. Definitivamente que el programa Emotion es clave para nosotros para desarrollar e implementar la agenda de transición energética. Consideramos que es muy importante no solamente el programa en sí, sino cómo fue estructurado, que fue de la mano de los países, viendo lo que realmente necesitamos, y surgió en estos intercambios que definitivamente crean un proyecto, un programa que se ajusta a las necesidades de los países. Y en ese sentido, pues los componentes que mencionaste pues son efectivamente lo que estamos necesitando. Debemos enfocarnos mucho en el fortalecimiento de capacidades a todos los niveles, tanto a nivel político para poder impulsar el tema regulatorio, y también el tema de proveer acceso a financiamiento para este reemplazo de vehículos que queremos. En Panamá el sector privado está muy interesado en este tipo de iniciativas, está pidiendo a gritos que exista esta disponibilidad de recursos para hacer los cambios, y que también se lleven a cabo los cambios regulatorios necesarios para poder, como bien comentaste, desbloquear las inversiones que se quieren hacer y que no son solo del sector gobierno,
también el sector privado está muy interesado y creo que Inmotion puede ser el punto clave para lograr este desbloqueo y que se genere una gran cantidad de inversiones y que permitan esa transición acelerada hacia la movilidad eléctrica, viéndolo desde el punto de vista movilidad masiva con buses eléctricos, pero también en Panamá nos interesa mucho dar el ejemplo desde el gobierno, haciendo cambio de flota del sector público para demostrar que creemos en la tecnología y para mostrar los beneficios que tiene, dando el ejemplo. Así que este programa pues lo hemos estado esperando con ansias, ha sido un proceso un poco largo, pero que ha sido llevado muy bien porque responde a las necesidades de los países. Gracias.
Bueno, en el caso de Uruguay sí, es un programa súper importante. Creo que desde que vinieron a plantear la necesidad, le planteamos nosotros la necesidad y ustedes vinieron con esta propuesta. También destaco cómo se fue estructurando esto, que realmente estuvieron muy alineados, no solamente nuestros compromisos, que los tenemos como una política de Estado, sino también las necesidades que teníamos como país para poder transitar esto. Así que me parece que el programa va a ser muy bueno para poder justamente dar ese paso gigante que necesitamos dar para realmente tener una transformación que se note, ¿no? Que no sea algo por etapas. Y por otro lado también destaco que nos va a ser también muy favorable con el tema del involucramiento del sector privado. Creo que es la otra parte que en nuestro caso no logramos esa conexión que realmente necesitamos y sobre todo desde el punto de vista de inversiones. Yo creo que Emotion en ese sentido nos va a ayudar a lograr esa conexión que necesitamos con el privado para poder para que puedan invertir en este proceso.
Bueno, exactamente. Así como los colegas que me antecedieron, también digo lo mismo, que realmente Emotion nos ayudó muchísimo para tener un traje a medida en todos los países, porque sí fue un reto o es un reto muy grande el tema de la movilidad eléctrica y más nosotros que también teníamos Paraguay, ¿verdad? Teníamos el reto de la energía, ¿verdad? Que teníamos que saber cómo aprovecharla. Entonces nos vino excelentemente esta propuesta y esto estamos diversificando en todo lo que se refiere a la parte de movilidad eléctrica. También tenemos el tema del hidrógeno verde, también tenemos un tren de cercanía, tenemos, mira, muchas ilusiones tenemos con esto, ¿verdad? Pero es interesante porque sí, así como dijo Juan, también tenemos integrada a la parte, digamos, que nosotros le llamamos la Administración de Electricidad ANDE, al servicio eventualmente también de la población que sí se dieron cuenta que sin ellos, que ellos son una pieza fundamental de todo esto que estamos queriendo llevar adelante o que estamos ilusionados para llevar adelante. Es cierto, tenemos que romper paradigmas, tenemos que encantar a la parte privada. Espero que nos ayuden también con eso, ¿verdad? Que nos ayuden a encantarlos y a decir que sí, realmente debemos apostar a una nueva movilidad porque es, digamos que la seguridad del planeta está en nuestras manos. A lo mejor es muy poco lo que nosotros contribuimos, nosotros Latinoamérica, Paraguay, Uruguay, pero sí movemos en la aguja mundial que sí realmente estamos haciendo algo en relación a nuestros 1,5 grados, ¿verdad? Y entonces me parece súper interesante este programa que estamos teniendo y también por favor que piensen en el tema de las baterías. Ya sé que es así tipo el COVID, ¿verdad? El COVID que nos vino ahí encima y teníamos que desarrollar otras cosas y sí, realmente tenemos que ir pensando y desarrollar nuevas baterías, porque a veces nos vinieron en su momento con el cuco, ay, pero fíjate la movilidad eléctrica, es muy cara por el tema de las catenarias, qué sé yo, y no, ahora sí con el tema de las baterías, pero ahora nos joden con la historia, nos joden entre comillas, ¿verdad? entre comillas, con la historia, ay, son muy contaminantes esas baterías. Entonces, eso les ayuda, les pido un reto para romper ese paradigma con digamos que los empresarios, porque los empresarios son los que realmente a veces nos dicen, o los mismos los empresarios los que traen el combustible fósil. Fíjate que las baterías son peores que lo que vos o sea, son peores que lo que estamos promoviendo nosotros. Entonces, por favor, les pido ayuda y me parece muchísimo bien lo que nos están haciendo para romper ese paradigma. Gracias.
Seguro, cuenten con ello. Realmente CAF está comprometido en seguir trabajando con ustedes como lo hemos hecho. Los siguientes pasos son que en diciembre vamos a tener una reunión para precisamente volver a revalidar y validar todo lo que fueron los estudios dentro de la componente 1 de fortalecimiento de capacidades, para saber si después de 2 años estos estudios siguen siendo válidos o si ustedes están viendo otras necesidades, como es el tema prioritario de la normativa para el correcto manejo y disposición final de las baterías, ¿no? Paraguay no es el único caso. En los 3 países se requiere fortalecer esta normativa. Ya lo hemos preidentificado, ha sido incluido dentro de la componente 1 y simplemente la idea es que arranquemos, que fijemos esa nueva ruta de trabajo en conjunto para que, como ustedes están diciendo, que este traje siga siendo la medida y que después de 2 años no se haya hecho más grande o más chico para poder alcanzar esa meta. Entonces, y bueno, finalmente con el tema del sector privado, yo creo que el tema del acceso al crédito al sector privado es uno de los mecanismos innovadores que está en esta iniciativa. Lo que son las asociaciones público-privadas quedó perfectamente delimitado como uno de los mecanismos que se van a utilizar para precisamente que nuevamente no toda la inversión tenga que salir del sector público, ¿no? Sabemos que por todo el tema de la pospandemia el sector público cuenta con recursos muy escasos para poder dirigirlos. Entonces lo que tenemos que ser es innovadores, y el tema de innovación está en motion y el tema está incluido para seguir trabajando en acciones público-privadas o para seguir incentivando la incorporación del sector privado. Pues nuevamente quisiera darles las gracias por su participación, pero antes de terminar quisiera darle la palabra a Marta Castillo, a la coordinadora de Cambio Climático de CAF, para que nos pueda dar unas palabras de cierre.
Ale, muchísimas gracias, y a ustedes muchísimas gracias, no solo por acompañarnos hoy, sino también por acompañarnos en la apuesta de preparar un proyecto, digamos, donde sabía que teníamos múltiples retos, ¿no? Múltiples retos, digamos, de una propuesta regional, múltiples retos de unas diferencias regulatorias y múltiples retos en términos de una innovación para poder implementar. Entonces, nuevamente agradecerles, digamos, la confianza y poder construir conjuntamente, digamos, a partir de la experiencia de los países. Creo que se han mencionado varios temas que a mí me gustaría, digamos, señalar, y digamos, si es uno, el tema de la movilidad eléctrica es una realidad, y es una realidad para toda la región. De hecho, se han dado múltiples estudios, hay muchísimos análisis. Creo que GIZ ha hecho un esfuerzo maravilloso de poder diagnosticar mucho de estas brechas en la región, y sin embargo, siempre uno se preguntaba por qué no se implementa, dónde es que realmente está, qué es lo que está faltando para esa toma de decisión. Y creo que justamente este proyecto empieza a dar algunas respuestas para poder cerrar esas brechas y eso suceda. Segundo, mencionar un tema que me parece que es muy importante, y es el tema de los marcos regulatorios, ¿no? No solamente, digamos, entender que hay una tecnología, sino que hay un marco regulatorio que permite que esa tecnología pueda ser considerada, tenga una opción de implementación en los países. Pero tú, Julio, hablabas de algo muy importante, y era un marco regulatorio que nos permite tailor-made, un country driven. El país dice cómo este marco regulatorio realmente nos está recogiendo, y eso también es un tema supremamente importante para lograr una adecuada implementación de estos proyectos en los países. Un tercer tema que creo que lo vivimos muchísimo y ha pasado demasiado en la región y a nivel global, ha hecho unos esfuerzos enormes de poder contar con unos sistemas de transporte urbanos masivos, organizados, algunas estrategias digamos, basadas en el desarrollo urbano a partir del transporte, ¿no? Como una columna vertebral de los procesos. Sin embargo, la migración que se dio del transporte público al transporte privado fue una tendencia que se empezó a dar, digamos, a mediados de la primera década del 2000 y que fue acentuada lamentablemente por la pandemia. Y esto realmente creo que aquí puede haber un reto realmente importante, no solamente en la conciencia de que el sistema es un sistema de un transporte público que está utilizando energía, que va a generar menos emisiones, pero también un tema asociado a las tarifas, que no es menor en nuestros países por el impacto que tiene en el ingreso, digamos, de que realmente quienes se están moviendo, ¿no? El tema de la mujer que se está moviendo más en el transporte, que hace más viajes al día, que está encargada de la economía del cuidado, que no tiene un ingreso por ello y está gastando más en el transporte. Solo por citar un ejemplo, digamos, en esas brechas. Y la otra, todos los temas de calidad del viaje y seguridad para poder, digamos, garantizar que todo este esfuerzo en el transporte público, no solamente para que sea una respuesta sostenible y realmente, digamos, con la solución desde la perspectiva eléctrica. Y en el último tema, en donde nos viene la tarea, digamos, desde la banca de desarrollo, que también lo mencionaron ustedes, el tema de la brecha de financiamiento. ¿Dónde está esa brecha de financiamiento? Y cómo, digamos, a partir de nuevos instrumentos financieros, o sea, innovación financiera, realmente esa brecha va a poder hacer que se logre la implementación masiva de sistemas de transporte eléctricos para, como tú mencionabas hace un momento, no solamente estamos hablando de que se van a mover unos buses con un nuevo combustible que es eléctrico, sino va a haber una movilidad urbana, o sea que nuestras ciudades realmente logren tener la movilidad que en varias de ellas hoy en día no la estamos observando, cada vez tenemos mayores problemas de congestión. Entonces no solamente es el combustible, sino que realmente las ciudades puedan moverse y que esa movilidad permita generar la competitividad que requieren nuestras ciudades para su desarrollo. Además de la innovación en baterías que tú mencionabas, que no solamente toca el tema de transporte, sino, digamos, es transversal en muchos otros sectores. Y ahora, pues obviamente, el reto que tenemos desde la perspectiva del proyecto ya es lograr la implementación, poder tener esas lecciones tanto positivas como tal vez no tan positivas, que todavía no sabemos cuáles van a ser, que nos permitan realmente poder ayudar a la región a llevar este tipo de proyectos a otros países. Nuevamente, gracias por estar aquí, gracias por creer en el proceso que sabemos que fue extenso, pero que ya estamos del otro lado y que obviamente en cuanto los acuerdos estén firmados vamos a poder empezar a tener una implementación del mismo. Muchísimas gracias y un placer tener la oportunidad de compartir con ustedes la tarde de hoy. Mil gracias.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be moderating this panel about scaling high integrity carbon market in Brazil. We have here at the panel a very distinguished group of people that have been involved in the theme for a very long time. To my right, we have Malu Paiva from Vale, then Denise Hills from Natura, and Henrique Seoto from McKinsey, who will give a first overview of what we have been doing in Brazil in terms of scaling up the voluntary carbon market. Henrique, I'll pass it on to you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. First of all, welcome all. Thank you for being here. I'll give you a brief 10-minute overview about the initiative and what it's trying to achieve and the focus will be on the next phases. I believe we have a few questions, right? And then we open for open questions, okay? So if you can go one page, please. Nope. Yep. So the initiative was founded sometime in the beginning of the year, focused on solving a fundamental problem, which is the fact that Brazil is the country with the largest voluntary carbon market potential from nature-based solutions. At current prices, we should be able to provide the world with about 200 million tons of offsets a year, but in practice, we do less than 20, right? So it's not an economic problem anymore. It's a market system problem. It's an ecosystem problem, and I know we use that word a bit too much, right? So several leading Brazilian companies came together to basically to understand what was going on with the market and to create market mechanisms that will enable to facilitate the scaling of this market, okay? If you can go to the next page, please. So a few numbers that we were able to very quickly understand about the Brazilian potential. And excuse me, can you go to the next page? Yeah. So first, Brazil potential, total potential, is about 1.9 gigatons of offsets per year. Out of those 1.9, 1.5 comes from restoration of biomas, mainly reforestation and afforestation. So it's actual sequestration credits. And those credits do not impact the food value chain because you're mainly reforesting highly degraded pasture land, okay? The second big number is 70 million. It's about recovering about 70 million hectares of degraded pasture land. And the third number is the socio-economic impact. In order to make this happen, we're going to need about 550 to close to 900 million jobs to realize this full potential. And this will add about anything between 16 and 26 billion to our GDP. That's additional to the current economic activity on the land. Those jobs, 56% of them are local jobs. So there are jobs in the frontier regions that are the most socially development challenged we have. 75% happen on the state level on those jurisdictions, and only 25% are national jobs. So most of the job creation and the socioeconomic impact would go to the areas where you do those projects. If you can go to the next page, please. Yep. So this is a picture, and this came from the Global Task Force for Scaling Voluntary Carbon Markets, of the expectation of offset growth. And as you can see, today the market is about 200. This year we'll probably close around 300 million tons, a bit more. We needed to scale to at least 1 gigaton, if not more, by 2030. And being real here, the fact that we're missing the 1.5 degree pathway just puts more weight on the offsets because they're the only way in which we can compensate back. Of course, we need to do the insourcing. The insourcing is the primary objective, but offsets for us, we see it as an insurance to the world. And in the long term, with current technologies, we're still going to need those offsets. We're still going to need sequestration. So this is a market that really needs to scale if we are to fulfill the 1.5 degree pathway. So, and if you can go to the next page, the initiative was launched as a marathon, right? It started with diagnostics to truly understand the market, covering all the way from project development, intermediation, project financing, consumption, verification, and certification, etc. So it was focused on creating, understanding how the ecosystem was functioning. Then what we did, we actually designed mechanisms when we understood the pain points, and we designed market mechanisms that we will allow to address the prioritized pain points that focus on what's urgent and important, right? Next phase, which starts in January, is we're actually going to we designed the mechanisms, now we're going to put them to market. They actually need to exist, and we have to push water through the pipes to actually fulfill this, right? So, the idea of the initiative is that every 6 months, we're designing mechanisms, put them into market, and they're all market mechanisms. This is not about a single player. This is not about creating a marketplace. It's creating market conditions for the market to scale. Okay. If you can go to the next page, this is a picture of the global potential as was identified by the task force. Can you go to the next page, please? So, as you can see, Brazil has 15% of the nature climate solutions potential, comparable only to Indonesia in size, but with a very interesting profile in which 80% of our credits are sequestration credits. Here we were very conservative on conservation credits. We only consider jurisdictional. I know there's an open debate, but we didn't want to inflate any numbers. So these numbers are as conservative as they could be, okay? And if you could go to the next page, you can see the breakdown by type of credit. So 80% is forestry, mainly restoration, but also conservation, followed by agriculture. The agricultural numbers when you compare to forestry, they seem small. They're actually very large. This is larger than the whole of Europe can generate in offsets at prices, and the ranges consider prices between $25 and $35 per ton of credit. We also have waste to energy and blue carbon. Blue carbon, the number is small, not because there's no potential, but because there's no baseline. So we don't actually know how big it can be, right? If you can go to the next page. This is an example of one of the analysis and how granular we went. This is what we call an activation curve. On the x-axis, you see the potential offset. On the y-axis, you see the activation price. What is the activation price? It considers the land, it considers the project development and monitoring, and it considers displacing the current economic activity on the land, so the opportunity cost, which is mainly extensive cattle range on degraded pasture land, okay? And as you can see now, at $25, which is roughly what the sequestration credit is being sold at, we should have about 400 million tons in the money already, but we don't see that happening in practice, right? So what we are going to show is the design of the mechanisms that actually will enable this to start coming to the market. If you can go to the next page. This is just a breakdown of the social impact. Like I mentioned, it's significant and mainly local jobs. If you can go to 2 pages forward, please. Yeah. So what we did on this phase, we mapped the journeys of every entity, relevant entity in the market. If you're a project developer, from the project conception until you actually sell something. What happens in that journey? If you're an intermediary, if you're a financier, if you're a VBB, how does that work and what are the pain points, right? And if you can go to the next page, it's an example of this mapping. So this was extensive mapping. This example is for the buyer journey. And as you can see, we've mapped 12 pain points from the journey. So it's very detailed. Each of those pain points have a backup around it, etc. And we did it to truly understand what was going on in the market. And in doing that, we interacted with several companies, several entities, and many are here. And if you could go to the next page, we ran workshops for each of those journeys, inviting over 80 entities involved in the market to truly verify not only the pain points, but also the mechanisms, the proposed mechanisms, to see if they would actually address those pain points, right? And the initiative started to grow, right? We had open participation during the Latin America Climate Summit organized by IETA. Now we had the pleasure to be here. We need for it to keep growing and to become independent from its founders, right? This needs to be something that is really for the market. If you can go the next page, I'll quickly explain the mechanisms that were developed. So we focus on six mechanisms. They're all market mechanisms. The first one is a independent governance body. I'll get into more details. The second one is a project repository that addresses Brazil-specific data, but it's a very flexible platform, so it can be scaled to other countries. It's a reference data set. Brazil has a lot of data, but we don't have a common baseline for use of land in Brazil. We have data since '82, if I'm not mistaken, but it's not organized in a way that a project developer can use or a verifier can use it very easily. All the project finance and risk mitigation mechanisms, this looks into how you fund the projects, how you structure the data around those projects, how you create escrow accounts around it, so you reduce the risk of financial institutions, etc. There's standard long-term contracts because we need because of the cash flows, we need long-term contracts, off-take contracts to make the market work and the financing to work. And also tropicalization of methodologies. It's not reinventing what VERRA, Gold Standard, and others have, but there are factors that are specific to Brazil, and how do we actually are able, working with the standards, to localize or tropicalize those methodologies. It's not that you change the methodology, you provide better factors to be used in that methodology specifically. There's also 4 that went into the parking lot, and a couple of them we want to develop on the next phase. The first one is to have a structured analysis on the nature of the legal nature of a credit, a voluntary credit, because it impacts how it goes into the balance sheet. If it impacts how it goes into the balance sheet, it impacts the cost of debt, it impacts what the type of taxes you pay, and this will shift the cost curve, the activation curve up and down. So it's not just having the legal discussion around it, but having a very clear view of what that decision will impact the market. And we also have the whole capability building. We need 1 million jobs. How the hell are we actually going to be able to deploy that headcount, right? The scaling of MRVs, of monitoring technologies to facilitate the market. And finally, a community impact framework, because what we saw on this mapping is that you have a lot of financial flows going to very poor and challenged communities. And this may create negative effects like alcoholism and drug abuses, etc. So how you create a framework that is not just money going there, but it's creating and evolving the infrastructure of that community as well. Okay. I'll quickly deep dive on each, if you could go to the next page. Quickly on each of the mechanisms, all this material is on the website. I'll give you the link in a minute. The first one is what we're calling BR VCM Council. It's a temporary name. We need to figure out a better one. But it's basically an entity that can coordinate the market, right? We need coordination to interact with the standards, to have international conversations, to develop those methodologies. This cannot be relying on 10 companies doing the right thing, right? It needs to become something that is for the market. And this also needs to govern other mechanisms. The second one is the project repository. The idea here is to have Brazil-specific information. We have a lot of specific legal information that is required for a project. These are specific for not only the country, but state and also municipal legislation. We cannot expect an international standard to know what's right or wrong, right? So the idea here is to create something that they can drink from, right? At the same time, connecting back and being able to get all the data and provide transparency on the market, on the developers, how the historicals work, what are the projects, how many credits you have, on a very transparent way. For those from Brazil, very similar to what CCEE does for renewables in Brazil, okay? The third is the reference data set, is aggregating all this information into a common data set that can be used. Of course, if you have a large project and you want to create your own baseline, feel free to do so. But if you're a small project, that cost of developing that baseline is extremely expensive. So having a common baseline will enable smaller projects to come to the market, right? And these two mechanisms in the end is not just the technology, but you need all the governance around it. You need peer reviews, you need all the cybersecurity around it. You know, you need to create, it needs to be something that is physical and that is reliable by all players. The financial solutions I mentioned are the elements behind. There are several. The debt structures are probably the most impactful. There's a common risk framework that was developed for projects, per type of projects. So these are all something to help unlock financing of the market. The reference contracts I mentioned is to ensure future commitments, which helps with the de-risking of the financing. And the methodology reviews, 3 have been prioritized for the next phase. It's how do we improve RED Plus in Brazil, how do we improve, how we improve the factors around reforestation in Brazil. For example, en route carbon, right? Brazilian trees have much more en route carbon than we typically are able to actually issue as credits. How do we create a baseline and the necessary scientific information to do that? And the third one is on sustainable agriculture. Brazil has one of the most sustainable agricultures in the world. If we look at our emissions per ton of soy, for example, they're much lower. But we need to take this to the next level. So for agroforestry systems, we need to go into fertilization controls, take it to the next level other than just, no tilling and crop rotation that we've been doing for 30 years, right? The idea of, and if you can go the next page of this that starts on Monday, is to take those 6 mechanisms and actually put them to work over 6 months. So the idea is to have them up and running until June, end of June next year. Yes, it's fast, and it needs to be fast. Everybody thought that we couldn't design these mechanisms in the 6 months we did, but we did. And we want to keep the same pace because it's required. We need those credits on the market as soon as possible if we are to meet our 1.5 degree commitment. And also, as you see, we have a parking lot, so we register that. Those are the 4 main ones, but there are others that will come. And the idea for the next phase is also to select 2 or 3 and also to design a mechanism that makes sense. And in the following 6 months actually put them to the market and so on and so forth, right? This needs to become a very efficient engine, and I know the word engine needs to evolve, right? But to make sure that we actually get this going on the speed and the necessary integrity necessary. And if you go to the final page, what we have here is the benefits, right? The project developers, it's clear, it's helping them with the speed it requires to certify and verify a project. It helps with separating good developers from from not so good developers, and creating a transparency in the market that is not quite there today, right? For financial institutions, it not only opens a market to finance these credits, but also manages or create mechanisms to manage the financial risk associated with it, which is kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. The more we have financing, the more mitigation mechanisms we're going to have, and this kind of starts growing on itself, right? For the buyer is trust. We know we don't have a very good history of carbon credits in Brazil. They're very serious developers, but there are some very bad actors as well. And it's the buyer having that comfort for buying credits from Brazil. It's super important. And for Brazil is the socio-economic impact, right? It's not only GDP, but it's development in regions that are challenged, frontier regions. It's helping with water security, because NBS does that, right? So it has a lot of benefits for Brazil. And finally, I think for the world, is creating a platform that is scalable. All these mechanisms, you can take them when with minimum adjustment, apply them to Indonesia. You can apply them to Africa. It's creating something that is scalable and brings integrity not only for Brazilian credits, but for the world as well. And if you go to the final page, you can see, you can scan this. The scan will take you to the link of the initiative, the site of the initiative. All the materials are there, the details mechanisms. We have a public consultation going on that will go until the end of the year. And you know, any feedback or input is extremely appreciated. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Enrique, for this very insightful keynote and presentation. It has been a fascinating journey over the past 6 months. In this effort led by McKinsey with several companies trying to scale up our market. And it's interesting that I think that there's no better ESG asset than a nature-based solution, carbon credit. I mean, you have naturally the environmental component, you have the social component with the co-benefits, and you need to have a strong governance to make sure that this is a lasting and we can reach high integrity. And as we say at BNDES, it's when financial systems meet with ecosystems that we can find an actual solution for the climate crisis that we're now all facing. Now, Malu, from your perspective, why do you think that it's important that companies join this type of initiative? And what do you think that motivates this partnership to keep going forward?
Well, good afternoon to everybody. I think the first reason has a lot to do with this COP. It's about implementation. It's time to think and to structure and to implement, right? Sorry. The second reason is because we don't believe any of us, being private companies, being government, being third sector, will have the solution, will be able to solve it by itself. So to partner up seems to be the best solution. For us at Vale, we do have a decarbonization strategy. The first pillar is obvious, is about reduction. We have public commitments on regarding Scope 1, and we are investing, piloting new technologies like electric vehicles for the operation of our mining. Regarding when you think about Scope 2, we also have different projects in place. Actually, last week we launched the largest solar plant in Brazil, Sol do Cerrado. So we launched the largest solar plant in Brazil last week. But I think our biggest challenge is regarding Scope 3. Okay, it has a lot to do with new projects, new products for our clients, like we have just launched the Green Briquette that reduce around 10% of our steel clients' emissions. And as pillar 2, we have how to deal with residual emissions. So on pillar 1, we are doing everything we can, a lot of investments, but we want to be net zero by 2050. And it's clear for us that we will have to deal with residual emissions. So that's when this initiative comes to play a role, an important role in our strategy. And just to mention the third pillar, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm trying to. Our third pillar is to make sure that the people and nature are part of the equation. How we make sure that when you talk about transition, you are really talking about a just transition, right? And then we have more initiatives.
Thank you very much, Malu. Now, Denise, Natura has been involved in carbon credits for quite some time, and you have been focused on sustainability for I mean, maybe from the beginning of the company. So it's the basis of your motto. Now, what do you, from your experience, what do you think have been the main bottlenecks up until now, and what are the suggestions that you give for the participants here so that we can have more integrity, better quality credit, and better integration with the local communities?
Thank you for the invitation. I'll try to not commit the problem with the microphone. Natura has a long-term history regarding carbon. We started the strategy of compensate our emissions, Scope 1, 2, and 3 in 2007. And nowadays we are committed, together with the whole group. We are part of an international group called Natura & Co., which brings Natura, Avon, The Body Shop, and Aesop as part of our company that has operations in 100 countries, more than that. We truly believe that collective effort can catalyze better movements like this. We have a long experience, more than 20 years, in our value chain, operating to the Amazon. Around 60% of the whole purchase that we have comes from the Amazon, and we are based on natural-based solutions. Our experience shows that since we start to apply the strategy of compensate the whole impact that we already have, we launched a platform that at that time catalyzed many companies in paying a little bit less in terms of bureaucracy and efforts in order to promote a better use, a scale up of the opportunity that credits like this can generate for being another coin, another monetized forms to generate impact into the society, into the communities of the Amazon. And nowadays, we are seeing, especially Brazil, a huge opportunity in terms of nature-based solutions. And opportunities like that can catalyze the efforts, giving transparency, giving corrective mechanism to apply a carbon credit as a way to generate a finance flow for these communities is truly important, because it can scale up more than individual efforts, more than a simple platform, more than a voluntary carbon. Each one of us are being applied, are being used for our companies, and it generates more efficiency for the whole market. I truly invite the companies and the main actors of these ecosystems to take part of it, not only in the public consultation, but in a way to promote like a huge movement in terms of developing, not because we do not have a movement in Brazil, but just because we can have a movement that can be applied for the Amazon, generate the solutions that we already have, generate for Brazil a market that certainly is better than we have generate now. But for the future, it can be scaled up for companies like Vale, me, and other that we are big, but could be applied for the markets ahead Brazil and generate flows in terms of finance that could be applied in nature-based solutions, which are plenty in Brazil. So I truly believe that initiatives like this can catalyze a movement for another level.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Now, Enrique, back to you. You presented a very thorough initiative and well thought out initiative that McKinsey is leading. And in your opinion, what is going to make this different than past attempts to create a proper market, and how do you think that we can engage participants to truly get the potential that Brazil has to contribute to climate change with voluntary carbon markets?
I believe what was different was the approach, right? It started with a very clear goal of implementing something, of creating mechanisms that would truly enable the market. Not a diagnostics, not a study. It was all about creating a market mechanisms to help the market function. We of course did a diagnostic, and even from the inception, it was about not reinventing the wheel. So we leveraged, there's probably, I don't know, 10 or more than 10 reports about nature-based solutions in Brazil. We leverage all of that. We interview many of the authors of the reports, and was clear that we needed to take a very integrative role, right? Looking at the whole ecosystem, not just one side, and being inclusive. So that's why we integrated, we talked we had the workshops, we had people engaging from all parts of the market to truly understand what is the real pain point. Because it's very easy to stop on the high level, right? Oh, the pain point is that there's no financing. Yeah, we know that, like everybody does. But why, right? What is behind? Is there a mechanism we can develop to address that? If there is, let's design it, let's test with the people. If you're a financier and we ask that question, right, would you be willing to use this mechanism? Or do you see how to improve the mechanism? So this drive towards building something that could actually be used on real life, I think that was what's the difference. And of course we celebrate everything that has come before because it fundamentally speed up what we could do. But I think that was the difference. It was focusing on the action and the things that we could do next year, right? And you saw in the way I presented, right? It's what we're going to do next semester. And next semester, we're going to have the conversation about what we're going to do the following semester. And it needs to be something that is meaningful and is truly enabling the market.
That's fantastic, and I couldn't agree more. Again, to the point that financial systems meeting ecosystems is when you want to deploy capital at scale that you start figuring out these problems. We have this at BNDES. We're just now in a process of doing, as some of you know, a large acquisition of voluntary carbon credits. It's going to be around 1.5 million tons. We had a supply of 7.5 million tons. So it shows that there is a possibility and a potential to expand. And then the question for both of you, Malu and Denise, is that we see a lot of debate about whether we should reduce emissions, avoid emissions, and then offset when we reach a point of hard to abate emissions. On the other hand, some that defend that you should start offsetting as soon as possible while technology doesn't allow companies and individuals to reach net zero. So I think it's worth exploring briefly with the audience. Now, what are your thoughts on this debate of whether we should start offsetting as soon as possible so that we start contributing not only to the environment but to the social inclusion component of this just transition that we hear so much about?
Regarding our commitments, we are committed to have like net zero in 2030. We started a long time ago by offsetting. At the same time, we design a strategy to build a company which is a carbon neutral and nowadays a zero carbon emissions for the company. But when you go to the value chain, especially in the case of the Natura, and you see the opportunity that you have in terms of value chain to the Amazon, that naturally you bring an economic activity and like things like paying for sharing benefits or carbon could agree more effective in monetary value for the value chain, you were truly believing in nature-based solutions as part of our businesses, also so on. We optimize when you decarbonize the value chain. At the same time, things that you cannot avoid because you are investing in, you can offsetting or compensate. It's not a case of one or another. It's a case of combining strategy in terms including of the competitiveness, because carbon price is not only something that you should do or it's nice to have. Nowadays, it has price. It's a kind of competitiveness in some markets. It's a legal perspective in some of the ways regarding circularity. The impact, it's not like a nice to have, but it's a need to have. And you can look to this. We had a behavior in Natura that we know it's only innovation if it generates positive impact, because impact you generate through your activities. But if you think about your business as a strategy, generating a positive value or better impact than emissions, and especially if you were looking through a social impact, it's a kind of thing that differentiates you for the other companies in the market. That's why we are committed in 2030. It's not quite easy. We know that we are practicing for a long time ago, but mechanisms like this, examples like this could accelerate, could unlock finance and bring the finance from the market to the communities, guarantee at the same time nature-based solutions for a long-term perspective. In our case, it's part of our value chain. And how could we be alone? Or how could we imagine another way to do it in a scale? Because for me, it's very important, but I can imagine the impact that we have for the Amazon, for generate a bioeconomy in a standing forest, if we have a scale up in an unlocking financing like this, shaping the future, not only for Brazil, but for the market. For me, it's offset in bringing another company. They are combining strategy in order to address better, go forward in a regenerative approach in terms of building a sustainable economy, a sustainable company able to do that.
I think systemic thinking, systemic acting is a key competence to build this sustainable future. So taking it as a core on the sustainability, let's say, movement, it's not about or. We have to work on both sides, right? And everything takes so much time to mature. If you're talking about like green briquette, took us 20 years to produce a green briquette. We have a goals regarding restoration and conservation, and we are doing it thinking about the people-centric approach. We are doing it very much through partnerships with startups or small companies with community associations. It takes a long time for you to put it in place, you know, to really work. So I cannot stop any of these things. I think this tension between the investments that you make on technologies and the investments that you can make or go out and buy the credit, because sometimes it's really cheaper. Okay, but I mean, if you are really thinking about to be part of the solution, you cannot give up on your challenge regarding technology. You have to still fighting to get investments on it at the same time that you get the investment to be part of such an initiative that's building up the solution for the other piece of the equation. So I think it's not possible to go through one journey. You have to think on a systemic way. You have to balance your investments, you know, to make sure that you are contributing to the solution, but you assume that you are not going to be 100% net zero by yourself. You will need to be part of such a market or thing like that.
Perfect. It's very interesting to hear both of you with a similar approach, one being a commodity company and the other one being a consumer staple company, and yet the actions are very similar. And I always like to associate what we as individuals expect governments and companies to do with what we do on our own personal lives. We all have a carbon footprint, and we all should, as individuals, I think, try to act both to reduce our emissions, to be more conscious about what we're buying, but while at the same time to offset our own footprints. I think that this is one of the ways that we should walk the talk and not just expect others to solve a problem that is a problem from all of us, and we have to face it. Now, Enrique, before we move on to a couple of questions from the audience, what are the plans for the initiative for next year, and how do you see this shaping up and helping form the a market in Brazil?
So the goal next year is to get those 6 mechanisms out there and being used. That's the main goal. And we probably need to partner with a few developers to run water through the pipes, to the financial institutions to have the financing mechanisms, etc. So that's the clear goal, right? In parallel, out of the 4 things that are in the parking lot, we need to select 1 or 2 to design, right? There seems to be kind of a common understanding that the first 2 are very important, the nature of the carbon credit and the capability building of the workforce, but it's not set on stone. But the more people we have and the more financing we have, we can even tackle the 4 if needed, right? But the current design allow us to do the implementation of the 6 that we already designed and design and 2 more. But it's scalable, right?
And to engage more and more companies.
Fantastic. Now I'll open to questions from the audience. I don't know if there are any questions. Anyone here with questions? Yep. Do we have another mic? No? That's it?
Yeah, this is a single mic event. I'm Peter Hilliges from KfW, and a few things that crossed my mind, but I think I focused on one thing. If I was a buyer of your voluntary credits and looking back at the past years in Brazil and the track record on forestry, I would actually ask for some comfort that I'm not buying something in terms of reforestation that has been previously, legally or illegally destroyed. So what is there in your scheme to give me that comfort?
Two of the mechanisms address that, right? The baselining, we're going to have, it has all the available information on the land, right? We have, I think we mapped 14 different databases we could use. Of course, none of them are perfect, but you would have that transparency of what has happened in that land over time, right? And you may choose to go for a reforestation project instead of a reforestation project, but it gives you that transparency that today doesn't exist, right? The second element is also as we use the project repository to provide transparency to the market, you're going to have more and more information about the developers themselves, the impact that they're actually having on the communities, right? If a community complains, it shows up there, right? Because you can contact directly the supplier. So it's providing the transparency to avoid exactly what you said, right? If you're someone that says, I only want to do reforestation, right? I only want to touch something that has been deforested for over 40 years. That's your choice. You can have that transparency. If you're fine with 5 years, you can also have the transparency, right? So it's moving that away from unclear, mushy market to something very transparent that every buyer can choose what he or she wants to buy, right? Same thing for intermediaries. Are they going to buy and put this on an index or whatever? what is in there, right? And what is the level of confidence you have about that information. So creating that transparency is what we're trying to do to address what you mentioned.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander from WWF Brazil. And linking with the same concern is that when you say the buyer choose the year, the cutoff date, I think it's not a very good idea, because you can choose 40 years, 10 years, or 1 year ago. So maybe you have a big leakage that's in fact is in pushing the deforestation rate. That is something that we would like to have. The other question is about the permanence. I think that you have the answer to do that. And the third one, I have a lot, but just the third one, I think everyone has a lot too. So about when and if you engage the civil society in the process. Thank you.
I'll start with the last one. So we engaged with several NGOs. We run interviews. We showed them some of the mechanisms. That's now we have the public consultation, and we are organizing 2 webinars that we're going to invite as many civil society representatives as possible, right? But we engaged with some on the design, and we want the feedback from the broad market now, but with a concrete proposal, right? The goal is always to focus on the concrete. To your other 2 questions, right? We're not trying to define a standard here. We're not trying to say what's good or bad. We're not trying to say if it's 5 years or 40 years. We're just trying to provide the transparency for those choices to be made and the discussions to be made. Today, you cannot have that discussion. If you try to do the math of how many Brazilian credits are available with 5 years only deforestation, that number doesn't exist. The information, the data exists, but you cannot compile it into information. So you cannot even enable the conversation. So that's the goal. So we're creating market mechanisms to provide transparency to enable those discussions as well, right? So we're not trying to redefine methodologies. We're not trying to say what's good or bad. It's creating the transparency and the mechanisms for the market as a whole and civil society to have that discussion, because today they cannot.
And if I can add, from a banking point of view, the goal at the end of the day is to bring the conversation to a point where we can actually talk about what is a quality of credit that we are willing to buy, that the market is willing to buy, and start raising the bar instead of not engaging. The moment we don't engage, as Henrique alluded to, it gets lost in the process and we don't know what's happening. We need to bring transparency. We need to put capital to work. It's only when we do that, again, at scale, that we're going to find the solutions, and we're going to ask the hard questions and find solutions for those questions, so that we as a bank will be willing to finance. Because we're going to be concerned about all the issues that you referred to, because at the end of the day, it's our balance sheet that is at stake, and our reputation. So.
Any other questions?
You have another one? Okay. You have a preference. I asked you.
Yeah, I don't want you to stop this. So, no, but just maybe a slightly different topic is Article 6. Since we were talking about voluntary here, yeah, it's a specific market segment, and I remember that Brazil was one of these countries which were looking in the Article 6 negotiations to avoid this corresponding adjustments thing. And eventually they had to agree that it's happening. Is there any link to this from your side or BNDES to look at the Article 6 markets?
I have the best person to answer this here at the audience. I'm going to refer the mic to her.
It was not exactly that the delegation of Brazil was against corresponding adjustment. Is that it was it was kind of a calculation for you to say what was going to be authorized to have corresponding adjustment and was not going to be authorized. And then we finally, I mean, last year when I was part of the delegation, we agreed to have a tax that it will have corresponding adjustment, yes, if it's going to serve for the other countries' NDCs, when it's subject to the national authorization to have the corresponding adjustment. So once the country is sure that that specific unit is not going to be used for their own NDC and for the other countries' NDC. So it was more like that happened.
Thank you, Martha. Now we have time for one final question. If the audience has, is there anyone in the audience that have the preference? No? Okay, so one concern that I have whenever we're talking about scaling up the market and trying to reduce emissions is how much the consumer is willing to pay for that. And what's the differentiation that the consumer is doing, and if not, if you believe that in the foreseeable future we can imagine that consumers will start differentiating a product that is low carbon or net zero to a product that it's not. We go to buy whatever it might be at the grocery store, and we can see the contents of, say, potassium, sodium, sugars, and whatnot. We don't see what is the carbon footprint of that product. And from your perspective, from both sides, a consumer staple and commodities, do you see this happening anytime soon?
If I could say by the example of Natura, I think the consumer just expects from us since the beginning, because we are Natura and we are committed with this since the beginning, that we are like carbon neutral, zero waste, living wage, paying for everyone, human rights, and so on. But we've been seeing in the last 2-3 years, the consumers, I think because of the pandemic, because the experience that we have, because we are having more alternative, you can see the impact, you can feel the impact. You were seeing not only in the sustainability part of the newspaper, but in the normal days in your life. They are start to value the brands that are committed with this and understanding the value of it. We have a great experience. Recently, we launched a perfume, and the name is Kayak. It means a boat, and it's connected with the ocean. We launched an initiative that bring the plastic from beaches, and we made the part of the perfume, the package with this kind of plastic. The experience that we have, including for Natura, which is very well famous because of the carbon, human rights, Amazon initiatives, it's people coming from the store and say, I would like to buy that perfume that catches plastic for the beach, for the ocean. It's one more thing that consumers look through to say, I'm connected with this initiative or connected with this cause. And I'd love to have like a perfume, like a soap, like whatever food which are connected with it. I think it's an evolution. When you go to the grocery and say like organic food, I understand that it's better for me, that is better for someone who are producing this. And the same happens with the Amazon. I'm buying a natural product, it seems better for me, and it seems that I'm a more ethical trade when I buy things like that. And more, you were saying this behavior, not only in the consumers, but into the employees, into our value chain. People are like making a different relationship for the brands, which are part of it. It's one of the important part of it is the kind of ethical behavior in terms of society, and products represents it.
Perfect. So you're saying they're going beyond carbon when they do their purchases. Interesting. Hello, from your perspective.
We are not a B2C business, so the relationship is not that clear as Natura's case, for instance. But I think we are in the other side of the equation that we need to show the world that we, as a mining component, play a very important role in the sustainability of any transition regarding, climate, regarding green energy, wherever, we have to be part of it. So I think we are in the size of, we still have to clarify to the world which role we play, as mining, you know, and then here we, is it working? Para cá, tá bom? Tá me ouvindo agora? Não. Yes, now? Yeah, it's with me. So coming back, not a B2C business, and I think we didn't let clear yet what role we as mining has to play in order to make sure that we have a fair, you know, transition, that the transition is possible. Because if we don't come up with good solutions as mining, we won't get there. If you look at the role that we play in in many different business, I mean, we do need to be very much committed to it, and I think we have to also invest on clarifying its role so that also can get more help to get there, you know.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank you, Enrique, Denise, Malu. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, IDFC, for hosting this panel. And I'm curious to see how this initiative is going to evolve over the next 12 months. And I'm certain that we're going to bring very good news at COP28 of all the advancements that have happened since. Thank you all.
So it's a real to have your attention to run this as a historic
Alô? Okay, let's go. There is a countdown or can start? Okay. So good afternoon. I'm Maureen Santos. I'm from Brazil, from an NGO that's called FASE, and also from the Institute of International Relations from PUC Rio de Janeiro. And I'm very glad to be here, and thanks for having me also. And I want to as a warm welcome to this session, including developing countries in the low carbon agenda, supporting the design of coherent economic and fiscal strategy. So this panel is organized by the Agence Française de Développement in partnership with UN CEPAL and the Institute for Climate Economics. Before I present our panelists, and we have two that's online, I just introduce the panel that most developed countries are adopting deliberate policies and fostering technological change to promote the low carbon transitions towards the carbon neutrality. So these policies have implications not only domestically, but also internationally via global value chains. This scenario is generating a quick structural change where low emissions industries are gaining importance and high emissions industries are declining. So this session look up to developing countries and aims to discuss countries' macroeconomic constraints in this scenario of the low carbon transition and avenues to address these then policies and financial management. So let me present the first panelist, José Eduardo Alatorre, que es, perdón, he is Economic Affairs Officer from Economic Commission for Latin America and Caribbean, CEPAL, from UN. So thank you to be with us.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here. Thank you, the IDFC Pavilion, for hosting this event and for the invitation, Guilherme, in particular. Well, I'm going to make a presentation. If you could please project my presentation. Thank you very much. And the presentation that I'm going to do is based on our last two institutional documents, in which we presented an analytical framework to help us reflect on how to achieve the goals of sustainable development, namely the social, the economic, and the environmental goals. And we call this framework the three-gap model. The next slide, please. And it stresses the importance of implementing policies for simultaneously address the different development challenges. And before we go to this analytical framework, I would like to start with some context. The next slide, please. Just before the pandemic, the region was experiencing a period of near zero growth, economic growth, with negative implication, of course, in job creation and poverty reductions, with our social goals. And this slowdown in economic growth is partly explained because in relation to its size, our region invests a very small share of its GDP. Our region invests only 20% of its GDP in average, and we have to compare this with the share of its GDP that other more dynamic economies like Korea, China, or India are investing. That is more than 20% of its GDP. So that is one of the reasons of the low economic growth. So to fulfill its social goals, our regions require one, more investment to boost economic growth and to create more jobs and to reduce poverty. And we have estimated that we need to end with poverty by 2030, we need to grow at least 4% every year from now to 2030. In addition to, the next slide please, in addition to the to redistribute measures, and also to sustain this growth of economic of 4% of 4% annually. We need to increase investment to GDP ratio gradually from 20 to 30%. But we have, even though we can do this, we experience two challenges with high economic growth. The first is related to the environmental pillar of sustainable development, and the other is related to the economic pillar of sustainable development. The next slide, please. The first challenge is common to all economies, and is that under the current development pattern, the more economic growth we have, the more emissions and the more environmental footprint. As we can see in the graph, there are no high-income country with per capita emissions consistent with the targets that we agreed in the Paris Accord. So, and why is this happening? In the region, for instance, we see that the increase when our income increase, and because also of the bad quality of public transportation systems, car ownership has increased faster than population and faster than the economy, and obviously with more car ownership, the demand of oil increases, so the emission increases, and this is a process of a vicious circle of development. In fact, in the last 30 years, emissions related to transportation have experienced the fastest growth in the region. And at the same time, the next slide, please. At the same time that we have this, 27 out of 33 countries submitted new, more ambitious commitments to climate action, pledging to reduce emissions between 22% and 28% with respect to business as usual scenario by 2030. And to comply with this commitment, if we don't introduce further decarbonization measures, the only economic growth compatible with these commitments is negative. It's around minus 0.3% per year. So every time that we implement new decarbonization measures, it opens room for more economic growth. But if we don't implement decarbonization measures, or every percent of economic growth additional will increase emissions, and we will not comply with the Paris Agreement. So with the current economic structure, any economic growth is environmentally unsustainable. And the second challenge is that comes with high economic growth is associated with the economic structure of America, Latin, and the Caribbean. Our region is specialized in the production of goods related to natural resources. And these are products that we trade with the rest of the world in exchange of more complex and with more technology integrated manufacturers. And these are goods that we don't produce. And because of the bundle of goods that we exchange, when we grow fast, we tend to buy more goods than what we sell. So we experience a systemic trade deficit that we should finance by debt. And so we see that under the current economic structure, the next slide, please. Under the current economic structure, if the world grows at 3%, that is roughly the rate that it has grown for the last 30 years, the region could only grow 3% without increasing external debt. So growing at 4%, that is the rate that we require for complying with our social goals, we would need to increase debt in order to fulfill our goals. So with the current economic structure, we see that economic growth is also financially unsustainable. So to sum up, to achieve our social goals, we need to grow at least 4%, but the growth consistent with our environmental and economic goals are lower. So the difference among these rates is what we call the three gaps. The next slide, please. The problem is how to close these gaps, this difference between these economic growth rates. we have identified in CEPAL some sectors capable of driving what we call the big investment push for sustainability, and these sectors plays an strategic role in closing the three gaps by promoting technical change, increasing employment, and reducing import needs, and reducing also the environmental footprint at the same time. The next slide, please. I don't mention all I won't mention all the sectors that we have identified, but two of them that are really important are the renewables, where the potential of the region is immense, and compared to fossil fuel, renewables have more job and output multipliers per kilowatt hour produced, and the investment to substantially increase the share of renewable is cheaper with respect to a current policy scenario. And the other one is retrofitting the bus of the public transportation system. That is changing those buses from internal combustion engines to renewable. That has to be done with a local workforce, so it will create jobs and will be cheaper than buying from China or from another country the new bus. The next slide, please. And just to the next slide, please. The next, please. I will skip this. The next, please. And the next. That's to finish. Well, in terms of policy to promote these sectors, governments need to create a regulatory framework so they can be deployed at scale. And fiscal and financial policies should support transformative sectors and to modify the relative returns of investment in their favor. So we need to put a carbon tax, redirect subsidies, use the fiscal space to support renewables and other innovations. Also applying, for instance, different discount rates for public investment for green projects. And the impact in employment and growth could be also potential, would be higher if we try to integrate, harmonize these frameworks at the regional level. So we can see that the climate action is an opportunity, but we need to provide the enabling condition to fulfill it. And with that, I will finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, José Eduardo. It's very good presentation. It's very important to think about this challenge when you start talk about the challenge of the implementation of the environmental pillar of sustainable development. And you think about that when this concept was created in 1992 and until now you not have the fully formula to implement that. It's a very interesting thing. And the proposals of how you organize and implement this, to face these three gaps of the need of structural change, decarbonization, and the technical progress. And with this line of redistribution that I saw, like the fourth gap, maybe they are transversal, but at the same time is so important. In Brazil, we are facing this debate right now again. And I think it's very important talks. So I'll pass right now to our second panelist, João Paulo Braga. Nice to see you. He is economist from BNDES, a researcher at I4CA, and also from the New School for Social Research. So the floor is with you.
Thank you to the organizers, Guilherme, for the great presentation. I'll present today the research I've been undertaking at the I4CE and at the New School with Professor Will Semler in New York City. Views are my own, and our discussion is related to green fiscal policy and the benefits versus the other fossil fuel intensive fiscal instruments. Next slide, please. Yeah, sorry, unfortunately, yeah, thank you, because I was not able to see the slides. Thank you. So the main question is, what are the economic benefits of a greener fiscal policy for developing countries? We know from the economics theory, first the climate economics theory, that we'll have in the future these standard assets, which are carbon-intensive assets that will lose value and then drive crashes in financial markets and economic downturn cycles, like bringing financial instability and lower growth regimes. But we also know from economics theory and also from the presentation we just had that carbon-intensive investments are related to market volatility and constraints for countries. But what's important to add here, which is also considered in economic theory, is that there are volatilities of business cycles for developing countries that are related to commodity dependence that bring external constraints, as we have discussed. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the context of the discussion here is, can you hear me well? The context for the discussion here is that countries have been increasingly used green fiscal instruments, especially green bonds and carbon pricing. You can see this plot the trend in the past years of the use of carbon tax in green bonds. However, we should note that green bonds are mainly used for energy transport buildings, when you know that there are challenges for other sectors in developing countries, especially agriculture, related to climate challenge, of course. And we also have seen that green bonds are mainly issued in advanced countries. More than 70% of the bonds are issued by these countries. Next slide, please. The point is that some countries might be losing the benefits combining different fiscal policy instruments in order to have a more effective climate policy combined with effective fiscal policy. There are benefits in combining carbon pricing and green bonds, and we show that in some studies that the municipal and at the World Bank. We have potential revenue increasing from carbon taxes, as we know, but as carbon taxes might face political constraints, green investment at the short term, large-scale green investment at the short term, might solve some political constraints by providing bridge finance. So we can have green infrastructure and green jobs in the present. Well, but what I would like to raise as the most important benefits of green bonds in this presentation and in our studies is that green investments might also bring benefits in terms of capital costs and financial stability. In the next slide, I show some data about green bond returns in financial markets, and there is a growing evidence in the literature that green bonds have lower yields than conventional bonds, which of course will impact capital costs of green investments, can reduce capital costs of green investments versus conventional investments. It might increase fiscal space of countries if countries issue green bonds instead of conventional bonds. Next slide, please. But also on the side of the financial investor, it seems this study that was published it seems that green bonds for financial investors also provide better return to risk ratio. So there are premium for green assets versus carbon-intensive assets in the financial market. Next slides. And this is important because when you look at the relation of returns and risks, we also bring an important variable for economic analysis of fiscal policy, example, we have here in the left the energy corporate bonds, which are basically fossil-free bonds, and the right green bonds. After the COVID-19 crisis, just right at the beginning when they had oil shock, you can see that the returns of carbon-intensive bonds have decreased even more than green bonds, which are more stable after the crisis. And this we can see in the whole time series. The next slide, I tried to open the discussion for other commodity prices, which is a challenge for developing countries. So can we see the same for other carbon-intensive commodities prices? And this is study that we're just finishing to publish this year. We look at the different time series of different commodity prices and try to relate this behavior with green bonds, green equities, and fossil-free equities in the financial markets. And we see that indeed for agricultural prices, for example, we have the same result. So green instruments can also have this type of productivities. However, and here for my conclusions, next slide. However, one should note that these results for agriculture might be the lower share of agricultural investments related to climate and funded by green bonds. So one point is that increasing green bonds for agriculture should be part of the plan, but also, and here the main takeaway of the presentation, fiscal policy can benefit from undertaking investments. It's most likely the result would be positive. Sorry, the conclusion, please. Yeah, with higher fiscal space, attracting new investors, and also for regarding protection for financial stability. So countries should try to diversify their activities and carbon-intensive activities to green activities. Thank you.
Thank you, João Paulo. Thank you for presentation. So now I will pass the floor to Guilherme Magacho. He is senior economist from French Development Agency, AFD. So thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you very much all for joining us in this debate. Can you put the slides, please? Yeah. So basically what I'm presenting here is the model that we're developing at AFD, where we're basically trying to discuss some of the main issues that we are discussing in this session here, the three-gap model, for example, the importance of green bonds and carbon market price zones, to show a little bit from this structural perspective, what are the main constraints that may emerge in developing economies. And we applied, the first country that we applied this model was Uzbekistan, so that's why it's interesting to have the Deputy Minister here with us. So, next slide, please. Yeah. Well, a little bit more. There is like the basic idea of the basic idea that we have in this work is that green transition is a structural change, a rapid structural change where some industries will emerge and some other industries will decline. Why? Because as all the other revolutions that we have in history, there are some industries that are more coherent with the paradigm that we are now, and there are industries that are definitely not coherent. In this case, the non-coherent industries are those that are very emitting industries. For example, if you're thinking about electricity from fossil fuels, especially from coal, this is something that in the next few years, we hope it's going to finish. On the other hand, there will be industries that will emerge because basically we need new industries to replace them. We need new source of energy. And of course, countries will be impacted in very different ways depending on their structure of production, trade, and finance. So that's why we're looking at these structures to understand. Next, please. Well, and we look for this in three perspectives, very similar but not the same as the three-gap model. We are looking from the balance of payment constraints that may emerge because countries need to import machineries, countries need to import inputs to produce these new energy sources, to produce these new goods that will emerge. But if they depend a lot on the old school or on the sunset industries, then they will face a lot of balance of payment imbalances. They don't have like the exchange necessary to import these goods. In the fiscal level, it's the same story, of course, with a different reason. Countries will need to invest a lot in infrastructure, training, social protection systems, and if they depend, and this is the case for most of the countries that depend, for example, in fossil fuels, if they depend on these industries to raise fiscal revenues, basically, they will face a lot of fiscal imbalances. And in terms of employment and wages, something that we are talking here about the inclusion, one way of including people, actually the most interesting way, is giving jobs for them. If they have jobs that they are well paid, usually formal jobs, then we'll have like a social, the social side of the just transition will happen. But because some countries depend a lot on these industries to generate these jobs, we have to look at the specificities directly and indirectly, not only in the industry itself, but all these other industries that are related to them. And then we use the input-output approach, which allows us to see how this is spread through countries, other countries, through sectors, other sectors, to understand these dynamics. The next, please. Well, basically here we have a distribution of the, of course, like, it varies a lot from country to country, so we have a distribution of the CO2 emissions, and we define based on these the sunset industries. As we see, there are some industries that are usually considered as sunset industries for most of the economists, like fossil fuels that we're saying. But also, if you look at here, we have cement, you have a lot of transportation, then we have to think about these industries like even either they will have to change the way they are producing them, or they will be completely replaced. The next, please. And then we define these 5 industries that are considered as the key industries that we will call them the sunset industries. Fossil fuels, metals, specific metals, of course, like non-mineral metals, in the case of cement, for example, fertilizers, nitrogen fertilizers, and electricity from fossil fuels itself. The next, please. Well, looking at the fiscal exposure, that's something that I will focus here, which is specifically interesting for the countries that we are analyzing. The sectors that generate this fiscal exposure varies a lot from country to country. We have, for example, Bolivia is very, the third from down to the other side. Like Bolivia is very dependent. Like 30% of the fiscal revenues on Bolivia comes from these sunset industries. But what is important in Bolivia? In the case of Bolivia, is mining and quarrying, for example, and indirect impacts. It's different, for example, than if you look at the Trinidad Tobago, which is basically chemicals, where you have refined petroleum. It's a sector that is very important for the country. And then the fiscal revenue comes from different sources. And the next, please. And this is in the horizontal axis, and the vertical axis will have the exposure from the external perspective. Basically, how the countries depend on these industries to raise foreign exchange. So they need this for exchange to pay the imports. And the red points are those that they have like low complexity, green complexity potential. So they if you are in the top right, it means that you are dependent for fiscal revenue, depending on these industries for foreign exchange, but also you have an issue that you don't have the technological capabilities to produce these goods. So these countries, besides being exposure to low carbon transition, they are very vulnerable. You have, for example, Venezuela, Bolivia, Ecuador in Latin America, but also in Trinidad and Tobago, but also Kuwait, Algeria, Gabon. And on the other hand, you have like India, which is in the down right side, which is very dependent on these industries to raise to raise tax revenues. But it's a blue point. dark blue point. It means that it's a country that it has all the capacity to move from these new industries. For example, in the case of India, they depend a lot on cement, but they are producing now green cement. Of course, it's not widespread in the country, but they have the capability to produce this green cement. The next, please. In the social level, we also have these. We have wages and employment. Some countries may vary from one to another, but it's like wages and employment are very important. Next, please. And then you have, like, in the vertical axis, employment and wages. So the countries that are in the top right are those that are paying the good. You have like a lot of dependence on these industries to generate employment and to pay these good wages. Ukraine, Venezuela, Bolivia again, Trinidad and Tobago. These countries are like the most exposed ones. So the next, please. We can look at these from different dimensions, and we have here a map of the countries, like these 8 countries here. Next, please. And we cluster the countries into, based on these different dimensions that can be exposed. And if we look at this map, we see that some countries, for example, Venezuela and Bolivia, but also Russia, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, they are very exposed in all dimensions, while some countries, like in North Africa, you have Algeria, for example, or Libya, they are exposed in the external dimensions, but Egypt, India, Brazil, China, Argentina, Peru, they are more exposed in the socioeconomic dimension. The next, please. Yeah. And just to conclude, I brought some data that we did some studies specifically for Uzbekistan. And if you look at the industries that are responsible for the emissions in Uzbekistan, of course, like the direct emissions, which is the gray bar, we can see that power is the most important one. But if we include the indirect emissions, the embodied emissions in imports or in the production of energy, or we see that construction is also an important sector. And then the next, please, just to conclude. We did this analysis on what's the change in the importance of every single structural factor to determine this emission. And what we see is that the country is being capable of decoupling. They are growing. The final demand has grown by 28% from 2010 to 2015. But the emissions had declined because the country was able to reduce the emissions, the emission density, and use more effective, more efficient way the inputs. And then the next slide is just to show you we can look at sectoral level. This is something very important for us. And in the case of Uzbekistan, what you have is something that's very interesting, because in many agricultural sectors, for example, crops, they were able to decouple, but because they are more and more dependent on gas, refineries, and oil products, you have the other side of the coin. So the country has to think about the model of development based on these different sectors that they will, let's say, support in the near future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Guilherme. So our last panelist, we're very happy to be with us. Mr. I don't know if I say your right name, so excuse already. Mr. Ilkon Northkulov. Thank you. He's the first deputy minister from the Ministry of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction in Uzbekistan. So thank you very much to be with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mauran. productive. And hello? So, and you know, and that can be justified, you know, with several factors. First of all, as I already mentioned, that, you know, the current growth rate or our target growth rate, which is like around 6%, 5 to 6%, you know, for the upcoming next 5 years or until 2030, where we want to achieve, actually, I mentioned 2,800 by 2026, but our goal to achieve more than 4,000 by 2030 and go to the upper group of the middle income countries. So all of them, they require the, you know, the energy consumption, whether you want or not, you know, despite the fact that we put in our growth model, you know, the increasing the energy efficiency. And, you know, the fact is that we are, you know, putting the higher share of the increasing share of the renewable energies. First of all, last year it was somewhere around 5%. Now, 2026, we are achieving 2000. No, we are putting a target to increase the share of the renewable energies by 20, you know, up to 25% in overall energy consumption. You know, currently it's just below, it was above 80, close to 85%, but most electricity was produced like 80 or 85% from the natural gas. Now it's going below, and we already started to launch several PPP projects on the solar stations, wind energy. But on a parallel way, we started to implement, you know, to modernize the existing electricity stations, where the productivity increased by, in some cases, by 2 times, by 1.5 times, even sometimes even higher. So they are producing more electricity, but using the less natural gas. I mean, all of them actually, you know, first of all, increasing this electricity supply, but from the other side, also, you know, bringing us to the fact that we have to you know, think about the energy efficiency as well. I mean, I started to speak about the energy efficiency because comparing to the different, you know, analysis, also we take the data from the World Bank and we see that energy efficiency is from 3 to 6 times, you know, in a relatively worse situation in Uzbekistan. How we can do this? Yes, I forgot to say one of the fact that we are slowly moving out of this, you know, situation where we were, you know, historically subsidizing the electricity and energy price as well. So, which can be also contrary to the fact that, you know, you would stimulate the consumption of the natural gas and electricity because of the lower price. And that's another fact. You know, we are now in the process of, you know, rounding up or finishing our forecasts and then, you know, determining the key policy priorities for the upcoming 3 years. I mean, in terms of the, you know, like the step-by-step, you know, as many governments, we are also doing a revision of our, you know, the policy measures and the tariff reforms, which are also reflect or attract in our agenda, government policy agenda for the for the next year, 2023, is also considered as a key measure. So that's the main thing that will push many sectors of the economy towards the energy efficiency, but it's also about the competitiveness. It's also the fact that it will provide the you know, growth. The next thing is that, you know, agriculture sector. Land and water resources are relatively, you know, have a, you know, kind of a good resource, a good potential for implementing the innovative and green technologies. Yes, Central Asia, Uzbekistan is already facing the problems of the climate change, and we can feel, you know, on our skin that you know, the water is becoming more and more scarce, and agriculture sector in some sense is already suffering. But our discussions with different experts, I mean international experts and different field specialists, they put some optimistic, vision in a sense that we still have a good room to support the agriculture sector, because most of the land is arable and they use the irrigation system. And here we also have a good potential by using the existing water resource more efficiently. This have like a water droppings system, and also and maybe I can't tell it in English way, but different technologies which allow they use the water in the agriculture sector efficiently. Also using the land resource by integrating to the knowledge and innovative hubs as well. And this is on the water in the agriculture sector. But also I want to say about the drinking water as well. Here we also looking at good potential where we could, by changing the tariffs, bring some good efficiency as well. Another sector, as Guilherme I think mentioned, is the construction sector. Yes, construction sector is maybe the main contributor, but we have to make a kind of a research, and that's one of the important topics that is evolving currently, also based on our recent trip to France, where we were able to see some construction site on the Olympic Village, where using the different construction materials, including stone fibers and other materials, which, first of all, the production of these materials, they have a less carbon footprint, and from the other side, they will allow to increase the energy efficiency of the rooms or the office by up by 2.5 or 3 times, and but in case of Uzbekistan, it can be even 6 times. And that can be also a growth driving factor in the sense of, because you start to utilize the production of the new construction materials. But from the other side, it will allow you just a second.
Minister, if you can conclude.
No, sorry.
Sorry.
And I mean, this construction material can be, utilizing or, adapting technologies to this new construction materials can be also a growth driving factor. And one area that we are looking at that growth can be, also supported is that, the mining sector, where we are thinking about to develop a copper cluster, because we have, our different analysis that already done is showing that we have a good, reserves of the copper. But currently, we are mainly exporting the copper as a raw material mainly, but if organizing the copper clusters and producing the copper wires, and also we have a lithium reserves as well. So the copper wires and lithium reserves, they allow us to to launch several projects, such as a production of LFP batteries for electric mobiles, electric cars as well. So the last 5 years, we increased the production of the cars. We have our own production, joint organization, joint company with General Motors. But it is, our aim to switch to, the existing production to electric mobiles. I mean, this can be also, from one side, greening the production, but from the other side, it's a growth, supportive area. Services sector, the key bottleneck is the connectivity for Uzbekistan, both internal and external, and all of them requires us thinking about the building the new railways and we already see that, the increasing flow of domestic and international tourists, are, they're requiring and demanding us to build more and more, a means of connectivity. Mainly it is, we are now considering it, to seek the possibility of building the new fast train railways. And that can be also greening the transportation system, and but also allowing the services sector to grow faster. Digital, of course.
Minister, I will ask you, I'm sorry, to conclude because our
Yeah.
time is
Okay,
finished.
sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. And just 1 minute, last minute. So basically, all of them, it is a good topic to discuss and further. I think, it would be great if we could, keep on discussing on these topics. Maybe we can make a kind of a forward-looking analysis and give some, bring some key messages, in the sense that, how will the economies evolve in the next 10 or 20, even 30 years, if they apply the green model or not, and also bring some direct and indirect costs as well. I didn't speak about the indirect costs as like a changing environment on the health, etc., because the health also requires or puts some fiscal burden for the governments as well, and also the productivity, etc., etc. I will stop here, and sorry for talking too much. It was very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Very important contribution, and we thank you a lot for your participation. As we don't have more time, I will ask you very quickly if you can say your last words, and also we hope you can keep this debate specifically, because I think there is one point that one of you talk about. It's about structural transition, structural change. So how you can keep it changing and exchanging proposals in this issue, so we can really go to a real future that every country can, for developing country, can benefit for this change for the future. So I will pass for José Eduardo.
I hope these are not my last words. Well, I would like to say that the structural change that we need is an opportunity now. We see that there are a lot of risks if we stay as we at a business as usual. So it is really important to find a way to move away from the current economic structure that we have in at least in Latin America, and the carbon-based economy that we have all over the world. And we see that it's not a bad news. It's a good news that we are moving away from that, and there are a lot of opportunity and for job creation, for reducing poverty, to change. So I will take this, my comment would be this optimistic one. Thank you.
Thank you. João Paulo, please.
Martin, I'll be brief as well. Just summarizing the conclusions from the session as well, I guess that what we are all concerned is with the balance of climate goals and development goals. So both policies can be combined, and also that the South can be heard in this climate structure change effort, so we can also have structure change in the financial markets and in developing countries' economic structure.
Thank you, João Paulo. And now, Guilherme, your last input.
I'd like to thank you all for this discussion. I think it's like we said a lot of things about like how to make it and the problems that we face when making this transition. And it's clear that like without strengthening value chains, strengthening the economy, we cannot make it. If you're thinking, for example, about like lithium production, it's not about producing lithium, it's like about like creating a value chain on lithium production, because it's proven that the natural resource-based model failed. And all countries that depend on these failed. The countries that make it were able to use this to promote some social development, and now let's say, a just transition, were those countries that were able to produce the machineries, were able to produce the inputs, and were able to add value in the production that they are making. So it's clear, and the examples the successful examples that we have from Uzbekistan are those exactly that went into this direction. So it's like this is the way. There is no, of course, the magic is how to make it happen, but there is no other way to make it this.
Thank you. And Mr. Norkulov, please, if you're...
I think I agree with the idea that the structural change should be adapted, and again, it has to be an effort on a global level. And climate change is the fact that that everyone is facing, and you cannot tackle it in a one country level. And the changing structure of working of the international financial institutions, the lending, reputational risks, the requirements on ESG, etc., they have to be carried on, and the key messages has to be more and more, like clear and loud, in the sense that that CBAM will be there, and the faster all countries, developing and developed countries, they react, they get prepared for that, they will be in a better and winning position. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you very much, our panelists. Thank you for the audience and also people that are watching us. And we hope this debate and important debate can keep growing, and then all of you can be together for have these proposals, and we hope next COP have new things about that, how the development of the researchers is going. So thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Hello, welcome to the panel on mitigation and adaptation and financial instruments of mitigation and adaptation to climate change. We are here with three panelists that they're amazing in all the ways. So first, I will introduce themselves. Elvin Afandi. He's a head economist of policy and research in the Islamic Development Bank, and he used to be the chief economist at the Central Bank of Azerbaijan. And he's a PhD and postdoctoral in economics as well. Ali Usanase, sorry. She's the head of the country relations at the African Finance Corporation. She was a consultant for the World Bank in regional industrialization and exports, and she has an MBA from Brussels Business School. And Gangan Dingantara, sorry for all the names if I pronounce them wrong. He's the head of environmental and social safeguards and technical evaluation at the PT Savannah Multi-Infrastructure, an Indonesian state-owned company. He focused on infrastructure development financing, and he has a PhD in environmental management from Montpellier University. So thank you all for joining us today. First, I would like to pass the microphone to Alice, and I would like you to tell us a little bit more about the instruments, financial instruments the AFC is working on, and it's had been successful in the past years.
Thank you, Paola, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here, and especially along my fellow panelists. Maybe we'll just introduce you briefly about AFC, especially for the ones who don't know about the institution. AFC is Africa Finance Corporation. It's a multilateral financial institution in Africa. We have a Pan-African mandate to develop, finance key infrastructure across the continent, and our focus is really productive sectors in terms of advancing the economies on the continent and make them much more industrialized. So we focus mostly on transport and logistics, power, with a focus on renewable. We still do oil and gas because of the continent where we are, and since the continent is still very reliant on commodity sectors, unfortunately. And we also do, obviously, heavy industry and telecoms. So when it comes to product offering, we actually do anything required for the project as long as it falls under those 5 sectors. So we do the traditional instrument in terms of debt, equity, mezzanine, bridge construction. So basically, we do the whole value chain of the project to make sure that we provide advice at the inception of the project. We provide project development expertise to make the project bankable. We provide equity to make sure we attract and leverage on other peers in the project. And we also provide long-term financing to tell financial close. And during the life of the project, we're also able to provide working capital. So when it comes to product offering, we do a 360-degree package for our client and sponsors.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alice. Elvin, you want to continue and tell us a little bit more about your bank?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, first of all, Paula, for having me today here, and also great pleasure to having the great panelists with me here. For those who are not that much familiar about ISDB, Islamic Development Bank Group, we are a multilateral development bank, basically working and operating in 57 member countries, dominantly from Africa, Middle East, Far East Asia, and a few member countries from Latin America, including Guyana and Somalia, Suriname. Basically, we have very much similar the investment offerings and the development offerings for the clients. We both serve sovereign sector, the governments, through our the mother institution, Islamic Development Bank Group, and also we have entities under the Islamic Development Bank, basically dealing with the different niches or the different aspects of the client spectrum, being it private sector, which is basically handled by the ICD that I'm coming from, the private sector development arm of the group. We have also ITFC, which is dealing with the mode of short-term trade financing, both in the sovereign and private sector. And we have ISEC, which is basically issuing credit letters and insurance packages for the member countries and clients. The full spectrum of the offerings we have, being it the short to long-term financing and also the equity type of financing we do, and also we have the established advisory offerings to member countries, both on the country level as well as the corporate level. So on the country level, maybe later in the panel we will talk, we help the member countries to issue bond. We call it in Islamic finance sukuk, and also issue green bonds. And on the also corporate level, we basically help the clients, being the financial sector or non-financial sector, issue also the sukuk, and also be basically converted or open an Islamic window within the within the commercial sector to operate and serve mainly the SMEs for the funding. Specifically on the climate change side, the group is quite active with the energy transition projects and renewable energy projects, mainly those countries that we still see the bankability and opportunities. Like we have few projects in Egypt. We do it alone or with other MDBs like EBRD, IFC, on the wind, solar side, and we did also a number of big projects in the Africa region and Asia as well. So this is more of on the renewable energy side. But we also have the trade finance arm of the group, which basically where we do also attach the technology or digital solution to the climate change funding, which we have a cotton traceability project in Egypt, for example, where we basically support the climate-friendly cotton production projects through the whole value chain to basically allow the end users like across the world, sitting in the United States, any brand you buy, you can basically trace it all the way down to the farmer who has produced this, for example, cotton. So this is there's few things that I may maybe touch in this point, and in the later stage of the panel, maybe we can go in further details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting project. So we can trace cotton all the way up to the farmers. Gangan, can you tell us a little bit more about your
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting us to this session. PT SMI is a state-owned enterprise in Indonesia, owned 100% by the government, and we have a mandate to accelerate infrastructure development across the country. Actually, regarding the green finance itself, we just started in 2016. By the way, we were established in 2009, but since 2016, we established the Sustainable Finance Division. And since then, we try to stop or reduce our coal-fired power plant portfolio and increase our exposure in the renewable energy project and other climate-related projects in mitigation as well as in adaptation. So at the moment, as September this year, the figure shows that around 3% our portfolio is still in coal-fired power plant, while for renewable energy and other climate-related projects reach around 11% of our portfolio. So I think it's good, and since we are new in this field, we also apply environmental and social due diligence process, and thank you to IFC and the World Bank and IDB, because we refer to those institutions, and also we got technical assistance from those institutions to develop our system in safeguard And fortunately, environmental and social safeguard aspect now is considered in our decision-making process, and we yeah, step by step we try to positioning ourselves in other among other development financial institution, and just last week we got the reaccreditation process from reaccreditation status from the Green Climate Fund. Thank you.
Congratulations on the accreditation. And well, Elvin, can I ask you a question? I wanted to know how you capitalize on Islamic finance for climate change.
Yeah, sure. Maybe just a step back just to give a bit of definitional aspect of what is Islamic finance all about. I'm not sure that all they understand properly the same thing. Islamic finance by nature is asset-based, risk-sharing type of funding, where basically all the funding and financing should be attached to the asset. So you basically minimize the financial speculation end of the day. So from that point of view, the core nature of Islamic finance is built on the ethical and responsible financing. Though when you look at the realities, the penetration is not that much. Today, the total assets of Islamic finance in globally is around $3 trillion, and is projected to reach to 4 trillion by 2025. If you look at the share of the green financing within that, the total Islamic finance is less than 5% for the time being. So there is a huge room to go, and there is a big opportunity there. But also there's some challenges basically prevent us from fully penetrating the Islamic finance sector. But there are a couple of ready-made tools and mechanisms in Islamic finance which very well fit to the climate financing needs or the climate finance sphere. So one of them definitely is on the bond side, where you actually green sukuk or green bonds. It started its journey a bit late, since 2017. So far we have 13 green finance initiatives globally. It's still small, but we keep having more and more appetite and interest globally for this type of the solution. Especially for this time being, it's very popular in the Middle East, in Asia, like countries Malaysia, Indonesia, and in this part of the world. Also, we have a few countries, including like Morocco, etc. But in addition to that, there is also equity or direct financing tools, and the Islamic finance basically tailored for the climate change. And I can give you a few examples also, like we do as an Islamic development bank. As I said, since it's a bit of nascent field for the Islamic finance industry to capitalize on the climate sector part. We Islamic Development Bank Group, we do also a bit of the work on the ecosystem to bring a more conduciveness to the regulatory environment, to awareness of the Islamic finance for the climate change. And we do have, that's why, a lot of technical assistance, capacity building for different geographies to help the countries to build the regulatory framework and all the logistics and the structural the reforms to basically enable the Islamic finance for the climate change to flourish. So in addition, the private sector is indeed a bit challenging, especially for the Islamic finance to bring to the climate change. You know that globally is also the adaptation side of the equation is very difficult. So you have around like more than $300 billion of investment in the oral adaptation business by the private sector, and it's only 1 billion belongs to the adaptation side over the private sector. So that's the same challenge for the Islamic finance as well. We can't still have bankable projects on the adaptation side, but on the mitigation side is like the solar energies, wind energies, and the energy transition are quite convincing, and we do have the progress there.
Thank you very much. The next question is for you, Alice. How do you think greener instruments can achieve transformation and growth, especially in Africa?
Thank you, Paola. I think for us, what we're trying to promote, and I think that's something hopefully this COP has also made us realize, is climate is also a business. It's not a charity, if I can use that word, and especially from an investor perspective, when you start saying business, climate as a business sector, then it's easier to allocate the required funding for that. And for Africa, if you look right now, if you look at the supply chain, the pollution of the supply chain across the world is the 60th. If it was a country, it would be the 60th polluting country in the world. So which means that if we can look at how critically, how efficiently we can approach the current supply chain, then actually that'll be a first step in terms of creating jobs, but also reducing pollution across the world. When we talk about energy transition, and especially around vehicles becoming more electric based, if you look at the materials required, 6 out of the 7 or 8 materials are actually based in Africa. If you look at cobalt, DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, has like 70% of global reserves of cobalt. If you look at countries like Zimbabwe and Namibia, they have the largest reserve in the world in terms of lithium. So, but right now, all the batteries for cars are produced in China, which means that there's a whole pollution of supply chain that is being done in terms of export of raw materials, which means that you're not developing the local communities, you're not creating jobs, you're not lifting the economies. They go to China, they go transformed, and then they are sold to the rest of the world. If there is anything that we have learned about COVID is that supply chain has to be diversified. And I think for Africa particularly, this is an opportunity that I hope our leaders will be able to pick up, and that's the agenda, particularly for ASU we're pushing, where can we not move some parts of the value chain closer to the raw materials? Can we make sure that at least in terms of production of part of the value chain in terms of the batteries can actually be done in DRC, in Zimbabwe, in Zambia? Why? Because then you're creating hubs, and if something is happening, as we're expressing with the Ukraine-Russia war, if something is happening at some part in the world, you also have another alternative. That's why we're having the gas crisis. If you look at some of the reserves in gas, I know Argentina has one of the largest reserves of gas in the world. Same in Africa. Countries like Senegal, like Angola, have quite untapped reserves of gas. So if from an investment perspective, those countries can be helped out to develop their natural resources, it's better for the global value chain, and then it will also reduce the pollution, will be much more climate, and it will create much more greener jobs. So which is why I come to the first point that climate is a business. I think when people know they can make money, they'll put money in those sectors. It doesn't matter whatever the name is given. And I think given how much of reserves, minerals we have on the continent, it's really an opportunity for us to push this global agenda to make sure that industries and transformation are localized and not just outside of where raw resources are.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to hear about, changing the productive matrix as well that you're thinking about. We're also in Argentina trying, and our bank is trying to as well, to add value to our production. I think we have a lot to learn about this. Gangan, what do you think are the main challenges for financial instruments and for adaptation and mitigation to climate change?
Thank you. Based on our experience in Indonesia, it's quite complex, the problem, since it is difficult to find ready to finance projects in Indonesia. A lot of problems behind that issue. So climate-related projects, particularly in adaptation, is considered as not bankable project normally because it's almost a cost. Yeah? So there is no revenue from the adaptation activity. For mitigation, there are several issues happen in Indonesia which cause this not bankable project, and it's difficult to find a good project. First of all, is the project preparation doesn't meet the financial institution standard. That's the first aspect, since maybe the quality of the consultant and many other aspects in the preparation phase. And the second one, if we see from the point of view of sponsor, project sponsor, normally we experience that the project sponsor can be qualified as the medium, low to medium enterprise, so there are lack of equity. So so for us, it's, we will be very careful with that. And then the third one is from the bank perspective. There is no, they have limited financing products. So particularly only the senior loan. So how to finance, they have difficulty on how to finance this with several problems they face. And furthermore, it's about the supply sources. It's, if we talk about the renewable energy, for example, solar, wind, and biomass, we face the difficulty in providing a solid database. So it will then, from technical point of view, on my analysis, on our analysis, we face difficulty to ensure that whether this project is good enough to finance or not. And in terms of technology in Indonesia, we also rely on import. So, and it makes the project costs higher. And the last, the next issue is in the construction. We face a lot of cost overrun issue on construction process. And in the government side, we face also another issue in the licensing and also in the land acquisition. And the last one from off-taker. Since Indonesia is, we have only one single off-taker, so the project sponsor will face difficulty in positioning themselves in terms of a good PPA, power purchase agreement. So they are in a weak position on that. So those are make the complexity in this to speed up or to boost the renewable energy project as well as in adaptation projects in Indonesia.
Thank you so much, Gangan. It's you know, it's ironic how we all seem to have the same problems everywhere in the world, especially in developing countries. But it's good. I think that something that Alice brought as well, this about transforming, seeing the business side of it. But I understand, and since we have the same issues, I think we need to help, need to assist SMEs, especially when they are trying to apply to these kind of loans, to go a little bit further and assist them into how to formulate this project, how to think about this project. But this is something that is changing. So we don't go on a down note. I'm going to present Farah and Heike. Heike Rachel, she's connected. Well, she's the head of investor relations and sustainable finance in the World Bank, and her team is responsible for managing all the relations with with bonds investor, rating agencies, and financial media. And she has more than 20 years working in finance. And Farah Hussein, she is the senior financial officer at the World Bank Treasury. And she specializes in sustainable finance, including green, social, and sustainable bonds. Thank you both that you're connected there. Heike, you want to say a few words and maybe give us a really a nice perspective or an optimistic perspective of where we are standing?
Sure, I'm happy to. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect, perfect.
Okay, great. So thanks very much for inviting us both to speak, to listen to you. Of course, we're sorry that we can't be there in person, but well, with technology, this virtual participation has been made a lot easier. So my perspective is I work in the World Bank Treasury in the group that issues World Bank bonds. So bonds issued by IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and IDA, International Development Association. And as you said, the role of my team is to speak to investors who buy World Bank bonds. And it was really interesting listening to the panel. You know, the World Bank as a global organization, we have the twin goals of financing projects that help eradicate extreme poverty and boost shared prosperity. Now, of course, this has also been a big topic at COP. You cannot separate climate from poverty. So the World Bank is very focused on climate because it's so inextricably linked with poverty alleviation. We work with our members in many different ways in all regions in the world. So when we raise bonds in the capital markets, we focus on communicating what the World Bank does to our investors. You know, we raise for IBRD about $40 to $50 billion through sustainable development bonds. We have also been on a journey. I heard the panelists also saying that they were on a journey from the first green bond in 2008 to today. There's been such a change in how investors focus on how their money is being used. They focus on the environmental and social framework of issuers. They look for information that we provide in impact reporting. And we engage with investors to explain to them how the World Bank, for example, integrates climate into all of our activities. So that's a big topic. We also provide information and frameworks that we hope are helpful to the market. We recently published a paper that we worked on together with SEI, the Stockholm Environment Institute, that shows how we map our reporting for the impact to the SDGs, to the Sustainable Development Goals. So we developed together with SEI this automated text mining product that we published a paper on so others can use that. We also, and I'm going to pass on to Farah in a second, a lot of what the World Bank does in the capital markets is advisory, so sort of using the knowledge that we built up in the working in capital markets, issuing sustainable development bonds and green bonds, and using that knowledge to share it with others. My team focuses a lot on impact reporting, which is really the basis for this transparency for investors. And we see that investors really appreciate that a lot. It was very good for me to hear that some of the work the World Bank does is helpful to some of the panelists as well. So let me pass on to Farah.
Thank you very much, Heike. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. Heike and I are both based in Washington, D.C., so good afternoon from us. So Heike and I work in the same department, but I work in a separate team. My team is the Client Solutions team, and we are responsible for working with our borrowers, mainly with ministries of finance, but also with other public sector borrowers to help them with their financing and risk management solutions. So I'm sure that you know that the World Bank has a full menu of financial products that we offer to our clients. And of course, that includes grants and credits and loans to low and middle income countries. On top of that, we also provide contingent financing to help our clients with their liquidity needs, and disaster risk financing, as well as risk management solutions. So specifically commodity risk management and also liquidity risk management solutions. And then apart from this, Heike mentioned our advisory services. We have a line of advisory services that works with our clients. So for instance, I lead our sustainable finance and ESG advisory services. And my work involves helping to develop sustainable capital markets in our client countries. And that means working with financial regulators across the world and helping them develop green and sustainable finance strategies and roadmaps and incentives, and basically try to divert and channel financing towards sustainable investments. So a lot of our work involves providing technical assistance to public sector borrowers to help them issue these sustainable bonds. So whether they're green bonds, social bonds, or sustainability bonds. And I'm delighted to be part of this panel with our colleague, Mr. Gangan from PTSMI, because we actually provided technical assistance to PTSMI for the issuance of their green bond in 2018. And I'm also delighted that our Islamic Development Bank colleague mentioned the group Green Sukuk, because we helped to develop this instrument back in 2018, working with the Malaysian Securities Commission and Bank Negara Malaysia. So that's it. As Heike mentioned, we leverage, all the learning, all the knowledge that we gain through our funding program by our presence in the capital markets. And we transfer that knowledge to our clients through our capacity building and training programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Farah. Thank you, Heike. Well, Farah, we are going to take you on your word and then ask for your expertise more often. Thank you very much. I think that one of the things that we can bring out of this panel is that we are all learning, and this is something very new. When we're talking about the first bond Heike was mentioning, it's 14 years old, so it can't even vote yet. So it's relatively new, but we need to advance really fast. We don't have time. We don't have time to waste. So I think that in this sense, all of us here, we are committed to implementing more finance, more instruments towards fighting against climate change. So thank you very much all for accompanying us here. Thank you, Alice, Efrain, Gangan, and Heike and Farah for being connected from DC. Thank you all. So, thanks.
Thank you for inviting us.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just maybe just one word before we close. I think as a community of developers, we should make ourselves ready for both challenges ahead and also for opportunities. I see and over every time in the COP events, we are talking about a lot the challenges and issues, but at the same time, a lot of new opportunities that is basically the echoed. So as a community of developers, I think we should be in all the ways to make ourselves ready for these challenges as well as the opportunities going forward. Thank you.
Yes, I think I also thank you for this session and for all inputs we have. And in the future, I think next future we need to find the most important thing is to find a solution for that. So a lot of innovative and creative instrument that can be developed to overcome that problem. Thank you.
Just maybe to a more concluding remark on our side.
especially to what Ivan just mentioned, is and Gang as well, is really around the innovative instrument. Because when we talk about climate finance, there's two sections of it. So there's new asset that has to be created in a way to make sure that they're climate resilient, but there's also the transition of the existing asset. And especially for the transitioning asset, there's not so much product out there. And even if they are, they tend to be very expensive and not affordable to the average client. So I think especially with working with the larger multilateral development banks, as was mentioned by our colleagues from the World Bank, that's where actually the added value is, because the role of development banks is to catalyze the market. We're not the solution provider. Our job is to catalyze the solutions in the market that can be expanded by others. So I think definitely around adaptation and also transitions asset, especially in Africa. We already received the lowest allocation of climate finance in the world. I think only $30 billion allocated to Africa towards renewable energy and climate finance. But we saw recently Ukraine, they received about 33 billion to rebuild the whole country. Africa has 54 countries, and what is allocated is about 30 billion. Why one country is receiving that? So we just need to make sure also the allocation goes where is the most needed as well. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. It was a really interesting panel. Thanks.